لست بآثم لست بآثم
on. Keep moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
쇼메이커 화이팅!
DNS 포스 화이팅!
플러스비아 화이팅!
딘스퍼스 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We're back here in the lower bracket. It's D plus Kia up against the DN Supers, who played just yesterday. We're able to take down DRX and move on to the next stage of the bracket. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf. It's been a while, Wolf. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm ready for this best of 5.
Yeah. Just
I feel like I have strong opinions what's going to happen in this best of 5. I feel like we definitively know what's going to happen in this best of 5. I'm certain that one of these two teams will win 3 games and then move on to the match against T1 later this week.
Yeah.
I'm certain about that. I have very strong opinions that will happen. Look, as you can see illustrated here, the day after tomorrow, which is the 22nd of February, 222.
Wow.
It's prophesized by this playoffs bracket that whoever wins will play against T1. That, I can tell you, I definitively know. Anything else?
Anything else?
We're just going to have to watch and wait and see.
Yeah, it felt like that a little bit yesterday as well, where, we thought it was going to be pretty close, but eventually DNS, they came out swinging very early on. Were able to take it in 4, as DRX with a little bit of a sign of life there in Game 3, but that was about it. Now today, DK, they did lose to Gen G 3-1. They took a game off of Gen G, importantly, the only team to do so at LCK Cup, but they still lost the series, so they're down here in the lower bracket up against DNS. And yeah, they get that 3-1. Who will carry their sharp form forward? I would say that DK did look good in the win, but I also think that Gen G did stumble a bit there, so.
Yeah, also, D Plus did struggle a little bit against DRX, who lost yesterday to DNS. So, in the transitive proper, you don't feel great, as D Plus are actually 0% win rate on red side. They only pick blue side, basically. However, today, they choose first pick, and they will be starting game 1 on red side for the first time. Hopefully, they can turn that red side win rate around. That's, this set is actually kind of bonkers. But again, they avoid playing on red side. So it's they've only played 5 games of red side of, if you look at blue side, 19 there. So quite a heavy number of discrepancy here, 19-4.
Yeah, and this is happening because of right of first selection, or ROFs, where they decide to pick second pick, or blue side, rather, and then the other team is like, well, I'm going to pick first pick, and I'll be on the red side. So they have a lot more games on the blue side because of this. The Clash of 2 junglers in their top form, Luhua mauling aggression versus Pio Dogs, widely praised Nefiri.
2 big dogs, you could say, collide on the Rift. And his Nefiri was widely praised, as the match does showcase. Although Peter and a few others said maybe Dudu should have gotten the vote. Ultimately, widely praised. As I think this is going to be pretty split here, but I have a feeling it's going to be a little DNS favor, just based on the conversations I've been having. Ooh, pretty close.
No, it's favored towards DK, and even 3 3-0s going to D plus Kia. All of the DNS voters, myself included, Augs, Umpty, and Goko, we all went for 3 2s. So, bit of a favor towards DK overall.
Atlas had a strong theory, and I hope it's not spoiling if I put it out there early. We're seeing him a little bit later on the desk.
At Lanalis.
About how, and he is an analytical theory about how D Plus need to maintain the momentum to win this series, and so otherwise it's a 3-0 win for them. There's no way they could win with any other scoreline, which I think is a reasonable take based on what we've seen from D Plus in the past. But if you're a D Plus predictor, you're kind of expecting that they will dominate this series. It's really hard to quantify in this crazy meta right now with so much volatility around the bottom lane, which teams are actually better than other teams definitively. I think it's much easier to decide which teams have better drafting. And for D Plus's side of things, it feels like sometimes they win despite their drafts here in very recent times, and they don't really draft around side or first or second selection, right? They draft for blue side. Today that's going to change, though, with the first pick that they went for with their higher seed. We'll see if they can turn that into success here. As for me, this series is really about 4 players. And they are Duck Dom, Smash, okay, and then their jungle counterparts in Lucid and Pyoshik. And a lot of people are saying Peter versus Career, and I think that's a fair point. The bottom lane will be quite critical, but the performances of the players outside of lane is where I think we're going to see one of these two teams shine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both of the junglers have been critical for their teams to have success. We did see there were times where the top side of the map looked a little flat for D plus Kia, and they suffered a lot because of it. But when those guys are playing really well, Xiu, Lucid, and Showmaker, DK do look like a really strong team, like one of our best teams here in the LCK Cup. And, you know, essentially we rated them kind of third behind T1 and Gen G. But it does feel like there's a big drop-off between, you know, Gen G and T1 and the rest of the teams. So D plus Kia, definitely strong, but are they strong enough to get a 3-0? I don't really see that tonight, Wolf. You know, I thought we did see 3-3-0 Preds going towards D plus Kia. I just feel like it's very difficult for any team who is not Gen G to win 3-0, and even Gen G lost a game to D plus Kia. So I'll believe it if I see it. I think a lot of our teams are still figuring things out here in League of Legends.
I'm kind of on the mindset that I think that D Plus has a little bit more star power in this roster. I think the potential is much higher. I predicted them 3-1. I think they'll definitely drop a game in this series. I would not be shocked of any result in this series, except maybe a 3-0 for DNS.
Yeah, that would be the most shocking.
The momentum argument for Atlas would hold water there, of course, as well. But I think that one thing that D Plus has always lacked since their roster change, right, since they lost Canyon, really, is the clutch factor. And this man right here, he's got it. He got it yesterday. He saved his team from getting reverse swept, because I do truly believe he doesn't have that interference. The Fury performance yesterday, they probably get reverse swept. They probably lose the following game. Momentum is completely against them. And on the side of D+, when they're crushing, the clutch factor is there for players like Showmaker, for players like Lucid, and even Xiu. But when it gets a bit murky and it's a little bit tougher of a game state, and you got to make those tough calls around Baron, around Elder, around Souls and Soul points, objective fights, side lane decision making, the only one who's got that is Smash, but he's the AD carry, so he's not always the one who's going to be able to make that call, make that engage call, or macro move as easily as the other players. So I think Smash brings a lot to this roster, but I'm kind of feeling like when you look at Closer on the other side, when you look at Pioshik, that's who I'd be afraid of if D+ starts shutting down, communication drops.
Absolutely, Wolf, I do agree. Clutch factor, very important in these best of fives over the course of 5 games, where momentum and the mental game is so huge. As Peter kind of giggling to himself and also sharing some words.
Did you hear about his reveal yesterday? Did you end up watching his interview on the Space?
I watched a little bit of it, but then I had to walk away, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I know. You're a father, I'm a father. Yeah. I understand. You know, sometimes you watch the Space interviews later or you don't end up getting time. It was your day off, I understand. He dropped the reveal. We asked him where his ID is from. And I was like, you know, a lot of people assume Spider-Man or something similar. They say, yeah, a lot of people say that, but actually I just picked it at my English academy, like when I was studying English. He picked it as his English name and just kind of ran with it. He's like, it's unfortunately not a great story, but he loves when people spam Peter in the chat. He's a little bit aware of the Peter Griffith thing that's going on, so. All right.
Yeah, I mean, that's Peter, right? He's got the aura. We all love him, and he's been a little bit up and down. They're still going to ban Nico against him. I feel like Peter is kind of going on this. He's got like this phase where he's being way too over-aggressive at times. It's like he's overconfident nowadays, which can be good, but also can get himself and his team in a bit of trouble.
He did specifically say yesterday about the Rel play where he tried to stop the back and instantly died.
Yeah.
He was like, well, in my mind, I thought there was a really high chance to get the super play. If I stop that back, we actually just win the game. So he's like, from my perspective, I thought it was an insane play. It didn't work, but he doesn't have any regrets. He has that kind of aura and that kind of confidence, which I think is very important in this meta. But enough about Peter, as we are going to see the Nico banned away from him, but we'll see Yunara to follow, as well as the Pantheon pick that has been tearing up play-ins and playoffs. Varus and Rumble will be gone here on the side of the Supers. And I was going to say, right now, Orianna seems a little bit higher on the list than the Azir. Showmaker can just pick that up first pick. The last time we saw him on the Azir did not look great, though. And instead, they'll put Lucid's and Bessa on the Rift. Can be a flex, of course. It was Xiu's first big pick when he came in as a rookie at the LCK. And I feel like if you're picking first pick instead of blue side for the first time as D+, it's a pretty good first pick to get.
Yeah, I think it's much better than getting Azir for Showmaker, to be honest. Like, Showmaker has a very deep champion pool. He can essentially play anything. He can even play Echo in the mid lane again if he wants to.
Kozer was like, I was hoping to play Silas or Akali. Just take the Azir.
They're not going to give that to him.
Going to grab the Vi here, which is really quite strong with Corki, because Corki can follow up really well. And it empowers a potential Talia pick into the Azir, which I know we've all had mixed feelings about Talia, but this is the strongest mid-jungle pairing she's going to get. I think it would almost be a really slick move for Showmaker to pivot here and go for Ryze or go for a Lulu lane, because Lulu empowers the Mbessa engage so much. Instead, looking for the smash lock-in of this Ezreal just because it's so inherently safe into the Vi.
This is giga comfort for the side of D plus Kia as well. I mean, you think about Smash, you think about Ezreal. You think about Xiu, you think about Mbessa. Even Lucid can play Mbessa as well, so you got that flex. Just feels like it was comfort up until this moment. Showmaker's Azir, over the course of his... There's the Talia we were talking about, by the way, which makes a lot of sense. Over the course of his career, his Azir has been good, but he has not been one of like the big Korean Azirs, much more known for playing other stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Not right now. I think this draft for D+ is of two identities, though. It's got pretty hard engage, but it also has sustained damage that doesn't necessarily cut through tanks very well. So I think we will probably see Dudu's trademark Cassante removed. I think that is something you just simply do not want to deal with. Even if you feel so bold as to try to play like Gnar into it, I think it's a risk you don't want to take. I'm going to take away the Renekton first, which is also more lockdown and single target CC.
Yeah, his Renekton yesterday, I believe it was him playing that, right? He was having some great moments, but also some iffy moments.
Renekton can be tricky, you know? A fickle crocodile.
Still very good into the Mbessa, so very
Bard
good ban.
Could be the look here if you really want to take away all range supports and go for a Nautilus pick. Alistair, not really what I expected in this scenario, which means they might be even angling for some sort of Rel pick. But I think the Cassante is 100% what Dudu is hoping to lock here if it is left available. Even into the Mbessa, if the Mbessa is played topside here. Just a lot of frontline, a lot of safety. Very difficult for the Ezreal to deal with. Follows up on the Vi very well. Nami.
Yeah, targeting the support instead. They say we don't want to deal with Renekton. Everything else is fine.
Nautilus is kind of what I expected. Still could run into the Bard. That's the only real range support threat left here. Bard Ezreal isn't my favorite lane, but it still is into a Nautilus, so it feels okay.
Also, Career's Enchanter play has not been the most promising.
That is true.
He shows a lot of promise, but yeah, that Karma game playing against T1, that really sticks out to me. Xin Zhao, looks like that will be the play for Lucid.
They could play Lulu, I suppose. I mean, it still really works here, but like you said, the Enchanter play hasn't been that great. There's a lot of setup for it, though. Even though it's not the Giga Lulu lane angle, it's ranged into Nautilus. You take it away for the rest of the series. And if Korea's not great at playing Lulu, might as well get it out of the way.
You could also play like Poppy or Rakan. Rakan is rough against Talia, though. He's going to go for Leona. I guess they decide, well, we need a bit more engage, and it's good with the Ezreal as well.
So, is it Gwen, or is it Cassante? Or does he have something else in mind? Is it going to be his own Gnar? I think the Gwen makes a lot of sense. Your Talia can now go for the utility build and feel a little bit better about that. When you have a lot more damage in the Gwen, you have a side lane pressure threat. The Grubs actually feel incredibly impactful in this game with the Azir and the Gwen on opposite sides here, and the power they can get with side laning. The Azir could set up Sundis turrets to look for objective control. Even mid lane control can be very powerful there if you have the Herald to get the mid turret early. This Leona pick reminds me of one of the drafts we saw yesterday with this type of setup where you're like kind of somewhat pick based, but you also have this slow sustained damage. The Xin Zhao helps glue this together to where the Mbessa doesn't have to hard engage in every fight, but can rather wait for opportunities. I do like how they rounded this one out. Although I have to say, I think DNS's comp just feels a lot simpler. And despite some of the comfort picks here on the side of D+, I think DNS are very happy with the responses they got. Even the Nautilus pick feels great into the Ezreal to lock him down.
Yeah, all feels very good. I think there's going to be some trouble for D plus Kia if it's even or if they get behind later on, just to deal with the amount of pick that is on the other side, the Vi, the Nautilus. And then if they lose, they can just go ahead and pick Yunara first pick with their own first pick selection in game 2 if that ends up happening, with Vi and Nautilus both off the table here in Fearless after game number 1. So let's do it. We're hopping onto the Rift for TN Supers versus D plus Kia.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Here we go, game number 1 of what could be a very long best of 5. At least that's what I'm expecting.
That's what we expected yesterday,
it's
and it
going to
almost
be really short or really long.
Yeah, I don't. I voted 3-1, but the more I listen to people around me talk, I'm like, ooh, this was probably the dumbest prediction of in terms of what the scoreline could look like.
There weren't a lot of 3-1s, but what I will say is that generally the unexpected outcome comes true. You know? It does feel that way, unless it's like Genji versus, I don't know, a team that they're much better than, and then you're like, okay, it's 3-0, and we all get our Preds right, and we don't feel good about it, but it makes sense.
I have to say, I'm getting a little bit of a B&K vibe from how DNS set up this draft. Like, the draft was intelligent. They opened the Azir, got the Vi, and then they're like, now you're playing Azir into Taliyah, and you're playing into Taliyah Vi. And ended up getting the counter pick for Dudu. So he has this Gwen. They waited out the flex of the Ambessa. Once that was revealed, they were like, okay, got the handle for this. They got the Corki early into Ezreal. They banned the Karma away, which was one of the biggest threats there. And again, they know that's kind of the Enchanter career place, you know, although mixed reactions.
He does play it. Yes, he does play the
Look, it's hard to mess up Karma is what I'm trying to say. And I know a lot of people didn't enjoy his Karma that much. But I think a lot of people on our talent team don't enjoy Karma in general. At the end of the day, though, I look at what DNS did and the plan they had. And I don't want to say D+ got trapped, but D+ definitely did exactly what they wanted them to do. And they ended up with what, in their minds, feels very comfortable. So even if they end up losing this game, because this comp has a lot of volatility in it, I feel like they had a smart idea. And that's why I say they kind of have B&K vibes. This is what I've been looking for a little bit more of from our teams here in the lower bracket.
Yeah. And on the side of D plus Kia, I think if they win with Showmaker on Azir and, you know, comfort for the other guys, I think that's going to be a huge confidence booster where Showmaker gets his nice turnaround in terms of his own stats, the team as a whole feeling very good. You know, they have a comfortable start with a couple of those comfort picks. You know, Career's making plays. He's not just dying over and over on an Enchanter. I feel like this is a draft that they can win with and then feel very good to build momentum off of. But they do have to win.
Yeah.
They have to win game 1 for that to happen. And I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see if that does, in fact, happen. As Duckdom and Peter playing this very defensively, just waiting for the pushes to come in. But Smash will punish you if that is the way you're going to play.
Even on this Lethal Temple Ezreal, you are able to obviously offer a lot of damage back early with your cooldowns. I look at this game. I agree with everything you're saying in terms of the momentum. I also want to add that Career, to me, is some of his best games, even though in a loss, like somebody gets a little bit too aggressive and has horrible KDA on it, but that's how Leona goes. I think this Leona has been, for me, is going as far back to Challengers and even more recently Kespa Cup, one of his better picks. And this draft does allow for a little bit of peel with it, can follow up on Xin Zhao engage and Ambessa engage, or even set one up. So there's a lot of agency in this draft. I just need Showmaker to show up to team fights a little bit more than the last time he played Azir.
Yeah.
Or show up a little bit earlier than he did the last time he played Azir, where we were not as inspired. I think he's 0-2 on the pick.
Yeah. And Azir itself is like 1-9 in the last 10 games. This is like the LCK staple, the pick that doesn't lose lane. It farms up. It scales very well. It's a playmaker. It's like every mid laner's favorite pick, it feels like. But not nowadays. It does feel like there are a lot of good answers into the Azir. And also it does feel like a lot of our mid laners are trying to make like these crazy highlight plays like UCal yesterday. He was like trying to bring his team back and he just ended up kind of looking silly on it. But that's just the way it goes from behind on Azir sometimes. You go in, you try to engage, and, you know, if you don't get someone or if you only get flash, you're just going to die from behind. So it feels like it's still a good pick, but People are just not winning on it recently.
Yeah, it has to have the right circumstances go well. I think part of the problem with Azir and a lot of champions that go in that are kind of squishy is that AD carries just do so much damage in the late game. Like if you go in on Azir and you look for that shuffle and the AD carry flashes it, he like two-shots you and you're like, oh, that's it for me. I didn't have Zhonya's.
Yeah.
Even yesterday we saw like the Ambessa jungle go into the Pantheon and like lose 2/3 of its health bar. You're like, oh yeah, that can't do that unless you get the follow-up real fast. Speaking of real fast follow-up.
A lot of trading down here in the bottom lane, but at the end of the day, Nautilus into Leona is you're hooking a target that's basically unkillable. Now Career keeps going in onto the Corki. This isn't looking good. He is going to have to flash away. Does use his Ignite. It's a lot of trade back potential, but now the flash in onto Smash, who also went too far. Duckdom has his flash too, and with the barrier coming in, Duckdom getting super low, but it's just going to be first blood going over to Peter. Career desperate for something back, and they even give the kill to Duckdom. 2-0 for the DNS bottom lane.
Bit of a disaster here for Smash and Career. I was ready to sing the praises of Career and Smash on the initial part of that, but then they got a little bit disjointed on what happened next, and the punish came through super quickly there from Duckdom and Peter. Yeah.
Yeah. Gwen is immune, by the way.
Yeah, cannot be damaged or affected by abilities. So in this initial play, Duckdom buffers it back, but this is, in my mind, I'm like, okay, Career is saying, or Smash is telling Career, just trust me, I'm going to hit everything. So just sacrifice your health bar for this. But then he goes too deep, and Career has gone so far away, they can't really help peel here until the flash comes through. He plays well. Duckdom does not want to get hit. The Aftershock is a lot of damage and doesn't get hit by the Eclipse there and just buys barely enough space with his Valkyrie. And then Peter allows him to finish the kill. And that was really well played there by the DNS bottom side. But yeah, getting caught there on the overextension. Smash like, I'm hitting everything. We also got hit by the one thing that ended him at his demise. So it looked really cool until Peter was like, nah.
Yeah, I think you got to walk that tightrope.
A little bit more measured.
Right?
Yeah.
I think that Smash, he oftentimes errs on the side of being a little bit too over-aggressive. And, you know, when he first debuted with T1 and he was playing Ezreal and he looked amazing because T1 always were winning, like he kind of got to do whatever he wanted. But nowadays, you know, he goes in like that, he's just going to get punished, and it's got to be a little bit more measured, as you say.
It's hard to tell if my, like, you know, fantasy world scenario is what happened. We might have another skirmish here, so I'll get back to it later. Peter is take a bit of damage.
He's level 6, though, to Career's level 5, and Closer's here first. That's a flash away from Lucid already. Lots of poke damage, though, coming out from Smash, and now Showmaker gets on over. They get the kill onto Peter, but Pioshik is going to get away. Closer as well on very little mana, or rather health. They do survive, though, ends up being a 1-for-1, but Smash does pick up a kill.
Peter held his ultimate really late in the fight. I thought he wasn't even going to get to use it at the end, but did hit Showmaker and denied some of that follow-up damage. Unfortunately, Duckdom isn't quite large enough, even with his big health pool there, to actually finish everybody off and clean up that fight, which I think was the idea. I think this is all around the fact that Peter has level 6 advantage over Career, and Career can't hit it, can't be anywhere near the minions. Xin Zhao ultimate gets a lot of value here. Peter, again, holding the ultimate, and then is able to get it here onto Showmaker, I believe. Actually, it might have just been the Vi ult there that got the knock-up onto him.
Yeah, on a Lucid.
Yeah, put it on the Lucid there at the last possible second because he had the Xin Zhao ultimate running. Over here, Dudu.
Yeah, Dudu has Peter around with him as well, and some needles on top of it. Shiu has to flash away from the scissors. As Ignite utilized by Career, I think just kind of to push him away and scare him off a little bit, but that's a 1 trade to DNS. Doesn't amount to too much. Looks like Shiu will have to back, though.
And grubs are available here. Like I mentioned, they're really important in this game, but since Shiu has teleport and get back here faster, as it took a minute for Dudu to clear the wave, they can't do them right away. There's no more Weaver's Wall either, and Showmaker has ult advantage, so I don't know if there's a real play here for DNS to look for grubs right now, even though they have vision control and did win the trade. So I guess we're just going to have a little bit of a delay on that one.
Yeah, D+ Kia did get the Chemtech Drake after the trades we saw down in the bottom river, where both AD carries did pick up a kill, but DK kind of got ahead because they picked up the objective. Showmaker actually, I noticed, didn't have his Emperor's Divide for that bottom river fight. He ended up getting ulted by Vi and, you know, wasn't really able to go in, but didn't have his ult. Maybe could have looked a little bit different. Not really sure how he used it in the 1v1. And speaking of 1v1s, Smash not enjoying his time at the moment.
Yeah, not enjoying that Corki shred. And they both had barrier. Corki has pretty strong sustained damage in those short burst trades. See if Career will ever hit level 6 this game, because I thought he was significantly closer than he was when we were talking about that bottom side fight. I was like, yeah, you can't get to those minions, you know, you can't hit it. And he has not been getting experience for a while.
Closer has to play safe. His Emperor's Divide is up now, but Closer very close to getting his flash back.
Yeah, it looks like he wanted to bait around that timing for Pyosik. Instead, Pyosik's just going to go top side here. This ward is going to be quite valuable for Shiu. Has his jungler coming up.
Yeah, the top dives for Pyosik, sometimes a little bit iffy. This time it will be as well, as Lucid is here. And Pyosik going to be slowed down. The needles, though, will prevent them from following. And also, importantly, Closer here as the knockback does come in. And Lucid, super low, goes into his ult and gets a rock to the face as Closer on the roam makes a big play.
Showmaker is going to get some plate gold, but actually Duckdom is there to answer the push. So looks like nothing too crazy going to happen for this Azir in the mid lane. And they're going for a follow-up dive.
Yeah, they might as well. The depth charge is here for Peter. Shiu doesn't have his ult or flash. It's just free food, and Peter's able to tank it as well. This is pretty huge in the early game for DNS.
These types of roam plays from Peter, he was quite famed for at the end of 2025 on KT Rollster. You know, lane swaps were changed, right, and they were dying off a little bit, but his roam plays, which support became all about, when are you topside, when are you going mid, how often do you stay in lane? Plays like this, these delayed follow-up dives can really throw you off guard in this meta because we see them so less often. But he is a whole level up on career, and he is making impact plays in the 2v2, now topside. And that was a big win for DNS, who find themselves with a 1.6 thousand gold lead after the play. I thought for a moment that was the way that they played the dive was way too forced. Like Pyosik went in initially, and I was like, ooh, this is messy, this is not clean. But they kind of baited him. And Showmaker just decided he wanted plate gold, and he was like, okay, surely they'll back off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was communicated that, you know, Closer was out of the lane and that he easily could have been top lane. But, you know, whether on purpose or not, they did get baited into kind of a wonky skirmish in top lane, which Closer immediately was able to capitalize on. And then they got the little bonus kill on a Shiwu. So pretty much everything going perfectly well for DNS here in the early game. They don't have the grubs yet, but still feeling pretty good, especially, you know, Dudu picking up a couple assists. Although the Eclipse is done here for Shiu, so might have to be a bit careful, especially down flash is Dudu.
Yeah, I think he just probably wants to avoid looking for any sort of all-in. Just clear waves when he can. This will be helpful. I do think grubs are a pretty big pickup for either team. You know, both junglers were backing. I was like, all right, look, Pyosik cleared his bottom jungle. Maybe he's in the back, and they go straight there. No, Lucid, we'll see where he goes. We're living in the bottom lane. Unfortunately for D+, their jungler is pretty far behind the rotation. They do have that ward in the river, and they'll smartly to back away here, although... Nice buffer.
Yeah. Smash utilizing his shift for good rather than evil in this game.
That's a throwback. I was thinking about that. That was my shower thought today. I was thinking about that.
Hog State enjoyers will know. Little bit of a biffo here, as Max would say, in the tri-brush, but not really amounting to too much. I think DNS know that one of the ways they lose this early game lead is by being too over-aggressive into a Xinjiao, and they're going to just back away.
It's tough to give up Dragon, but they don't necessarily have to give up Dragon by backing away here. They could just kind of play it slow and look for an opportunity. The grubs are going to despawn in a minute, as Duckdom is really pushing this advantage right now. Just a small health advantage, but he's like, that's enough for me to look for these Gatling guns with Valkyrie, especially when the support isn't here. I'm free to use Valk without any punish. Career wants to come over and punish, but can't.
They're looking for Career now, actually, who does have his flash and Eclipse, takes a big chunk of damage, but now Closer looking to get into the fight. They're going to get the flash out of Career for their troubles, looking for more as Lucid going to get ulted and knocked back into the depth charge. He doesn't get to play the game. as the Xin Zhao is tanking up quite a bit, actually, with his ult, and down will go Closer as Smash doing quite a lot in this scrappy skirmish, and now DuckDom tries to go in on a Showmaker and just dies to him. And it's only Pyosik left alive against 3, and eventually he will just die to Ignite. And DNS, I was just saying, one of the ways you throw this early lead is by being too over-aggressive, and that they do.
Now Grubs have despawn. So those are gone. Okay, I've been trying to persuade people, but you know, it looks initially like Career had a big misjudge here, but Lucid bails this team out so hard and absorbs the pressure. Watch how much damage is absorbed by his Crescent Guard here and how much time is bought, because Gwen obviously is not here. You know, Showmaker is going to rotate over faster. Look at Lucid. He's like, yeah, just tank it for days. Pyosik has to go in so deep that now there is nobody to protect DuckDom. Smash hits every shot here onto Peter, blasts him out of the sky, and like, Pyosik just overstaying his welcome here. Essentially, they just ignored him after he used his buttons when he went super deep, and the rest of the team was out of position trying to follow up. And just like that, like with the snap of your fingers, like you said, overextend, stay a little long, suddenly D+ in the driver's seat.
Yeah. Especially to Xin Zhao, like he's one of the best junglers at absorbing pressure, and now we're just fighting again. His Closer is going to have to flash away, and DuckDom says, hey, how about I start up this dragon? He is going to have to Valkyrie out of here, and it looks like Peter is not going to be in the pit for very long. As down he will go, Showmaker collects another kill, and Lucid hits level 11, as D+ Kia are catapulting into the lead in this mid game.
Well, it's cool because Dudu's got 3 grubs to side lane through. Oh wait, no, they didn't. Nobody got the grubs. I love how the UI still says they're live to remind everyone. They fixed it actually. It says Herald now. Sorry, I thought that was because it used to be bugged and say it no matter what. Anyway, they're alive in my heart, Valdez. As we are going to see this kind of scrappy fight where DNS are coming over here to try to set up for a contest, but there is no setup. Like, there's no Nautilus ultimate, there's no Vi ultimate. I don't really know what the game plan was here. I don't think they do either, and that is going to be 2 dragons and the Herald. Of course, not Grubs, but Herald.
Yeah.
Which can do some serious damage on its own.
Yeah, I think they wanted to try to collapse into the fight and then realized that they were being collapsed on faster. And then they just tried to abandon ship, and it looked very silly. As now we're going in. Again, this is Lucid, level 11, an item and a half. Doesn't really care about too much, but has less of his team around this time. So will survive for quite a long time, but does eventually go down. Pyosik picks up the kill.
I don't know if it's worth if you lose 2 turrets, though.
No.
I think it's absolutely worth, like, Lucid might be, if we were doing player of the game, like he might be the leader at 0-3-5 right now. Because he kind of just keeps pressing hard, his team is winning otherwise. He's kind of just saying, come at me, bros, and they accept his invitation. Now, maybe this could make things a little different if Showmaker does get picked off here, but again, there's no Vi ultimate. It was used just moments before, and so Showmaker just casually walks away. He has Arm Guard as well, so he can walk back up and say, Career's coming to cover if you guys want to try again without your ults. Yeah, again, this is Lucid making an aggressive play, gets a Blast Cone out. Now they're kind of safe from the Taliyah follow-up range, and even though Pyosik ends up getting the ult off on him and the follow-up is there from the Taliyah, both Showmaker and Shio are pushing sides. This buys an insane amount of time. They also were able to steal away the buff itself.
Imagine if they had Grubs Wolf. That would have been crazy.
Yeah, no, sick value, but
they still got both of the turrets. So feeling pretty good.
On top of first turret, which was theirs as well. That Nashor's Tooth is real. It's not just, you know, an imitation that Showmaker's got around his neck. It's the real thing.
Why is it around his neck?
Well, I mean, that's how you, like... You know,
isn't it like a dagger?
Yeah, but I mean, it's also, in some cases, worn like a shark's tooth necklace.
Must be pretty small then, I guess.
I mean, he can resize it.
It looks about the size of the arm guard, which is, you know, the size of somebody's forearm. I don't know if you could wear that around your neck.
Imagine wearing a short sword around your neck. Like, it would be uncomfortable and dangerous, but you could do it.
I don't think you should do that. It's probably not a good idea. Dude, it does go into the mist here. Showmaker's like, well, this is Gwen. I don't really want to play this game. They're doing a great job of choking out all the vision, though.
Yeah, no, this is really uncomfortable for Peter and Pyosik, as you can see here. And the side lane pressure, even grubless, is quite real, as we are setting up for Soul Point here for D+ in 90 seconds. You can see there's just not really a play to make for DNS's comp.
Pyosik just queued in. And now is going to spark a team fight here, so he goes back in on a Showmaker, gets the arm guard. Lucid, again, does not take any damage, but he's always in the front, so they always have to attack him. As Ducktom does get over, but a lot of low health bars here for DNS. They're going to have to reset real quick, as they would love the Cloud Soul.
She was just like, call me if you need me to press D. I'll do it, but otherwise I'm kind of just getting plate money. I'm going to back off and finish my second item here. You guys got that under control over there? Nice. They're just playing tennis with DNS, but DNS are the tennis ball. Widid knows a lot about
That's
this.
good, yeah. I like how you mentioned that, because Widid is actually here on the space today.
Widid is the tennis master.
Yeah, he knows all about it. Big fan of Carlos, I think is his name.
Yeah.
Tennis people will know.
Tennis people will know. It doesn't sound generic at all to me. It sounds very much like a very strong tennis player.
Yeah, he's very good. Nothing's really happening here in this mid game, although this dragon is about to spawn, so I would expect some action.
Have a ton of control around it. Like, we're looking at 2 item spikes for 80 carries, extra Caulfield's Warhammer doesn't matter that much. There's a serrated Dirk for Ducktom anyways. But it's really just about, can you set up the team fight without vision if you're DNS? Because you're playing the pick comp, you're playing the Vi Talia, and your side laning Gwen is under a turret. So you really just don't have any power anywhere. You don't have any pressure points. You have to hope for an overextension. Showmaker has Zonias and his empowered Merc Treads. So good luck trying to pick him. He has Flash and Emperor's Divide as well as his dash. So he can really push this side with impunity. And eventually DNS will have to walk into where they do not have vision. And if they don't, D+ will just start the dragon and say thank you for soul points. We will see that TP back to the bottom lane.
Yeah, I would like DK to, you know, be a bit proactive. They've been very good about getting the vision and, you know, setting up what could be a good play. I think, you know, you got to pull the trigger now. You know, drop the Rift Herald, take the dragon, get that on its cooldown timer so you can, you know, pressure. Instead, they're just going to try to push mid and Lucid's going to die. Yeah, I don't know. Career gonna hit the wall as well as Ducktom's going in, nearly takes out Smash as the flash on in from Peter to block the Mystic shot. And he's gonna die instead, but now we got a Gwen in the party as Smash goes down to the Gwen. It's a massive shutdown for Dudu. And all of a sudden, one big mistake for DK, and they didn't even get the dragon.
I'm not also sure how, I'll have to watch it back, how Dudu got the faster rotation into the team fight. As Shiu did not show up at all, despite the fact that he's an Ambessa who has teleport and the Gwen can't stop that. So let's watch this again. Like, Lucid has really been testing the Crescent Guard theory this game. He really tested it here. Like, I don't know if anyone's tested it this much, okay? We found the limit, as we do have in live a potential pick onto Showmaker, but Smash goes incredibly low. The peel is here for Peter, who does die for said peel, but Dudu is here. I wasn't watching the replay because of the live picture, so I really still don't know how.
He just ran down first.
Yeah, I guess
like,
so.
That's it. Yeah.
Shiwa, I think you have to follow those, although it's tough to follow a Gwen, I understand. You're 650 gold up. You've been pinning him under a turret this whole game. I don't know if that's allowed.
Shouldn't be. D+ Kia, they are going to get back on the map. Even though that fight did go to DNS, they were a little bit too low against Showmaker and Shiu, so they couldn't do the dragon. So D+ Kia actually going to get Cloud Soul points, and obviously feels very good on this team. And also taken away from DNS feels great, away from the Gwen specifically. And just stacking up some more stats for the team.
It's a great position for D+. It could have been much better, though, as Pyosik...
Goodbye.
He's zooming.
It was nice knowing you.
It's really interesting that Pyosik is the only one with a gold lead, because Xin Zhao's ultimate doesn't care about gold.
Peter has a gold lead,
okay,
too.
all right.
Yeah. Shiu on the run here. Has Flash. They're trying to get that, but not going to overcommit. Closer has to use his Flash to get away. And now kind of an awkward spot as Showmaker and Shiro are considering going back in.
All right, well, that was a very near tense moment.
It feels like a lot of these fights are like this, where it's very close, but neither side is really 100% sure of like if they're gonna win or not. It's
well, what's interesting,
unless you're Lucid and you just put your face in it.
What's interesting to me is that Lucid putting his face into it has been working up until that last time. But beyond that, it feels like DNS are being way more proactive. Like, Showmaker's been 2-0 on this Azir for a really long time. He got that turret, but has otherwise been relatively absent in this game. Whereas we're seeing Closer constantly with his stuff on cooldown. You know, he's looking all the time for a Weaver's Wall angle. Sometimes they fish a little bit too hard. And again, it feels like, for me, Lucid has had a huge impact this game despite being 900 gold behind and 0-4-6 on this Xin Zhao. Pyosik is trying to find those angles, though. And eventually, if Smash makes that mistake of going a little bit too deep, or he or Showmaker are caught first, trying to aggressively side lane and make that aggressive call they haven't really been making recently, the DNS get back in the game. So I can understand the caution, but maybe a little bit too passive here, D+.
Yeah, got to make some plays. Looks like they're
listening.
They were thinking about it. They were thinking about making a play. That's the first step for making a play.
Yeah, identify the play and
Yeah.
then execute.
Now Peter, oh, they're trying to collapse on this actually with a TP. A lot of DK is around, but this Gwen is going to be in a great spot, and D+Kia kind of just on the run as Lucid, once again, just the punching bag. He does not have flash. Down he will go, and they just say, hey, there's a Baron here. Maybe we can take it. No. Pyosik nearly dies, and they certainly can't just take the Baron as much as Closer would like to.
He's living in the side lane this game. He's 0-1-0 and he likes it that way. 1,000 gold up. And he's going to grab this Crystalline Overgrowth. And while the Baron is not secured by anyone, and yes, eventually Lucid died, he allowed for Xiu to get the cross map.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a worth death for Lucid because so much is used. Like, how many times are we going to do this? It's a Leona and a Xin Zhao. Like, the positioning is great here for Career and Lucid because they're like, you can't kill either of us. It's Xin Zhao and Leona. But they're a little split. And DNS are like, his ult does run out. We figured it out. So they do end up killing him here.
Times the charm.
But they can't get any major return on that investment, right? And unfortunately, Xiu ends up getting the turret on the bottom side. We kind of end up back at square one. Or not the turret, but a lot of plate gold. We end up back at square one. And for D+, you really just need to now. You could have tried to start a Baron. You could have looked for a cool turn. You know, use that frontline TP in with Xiu with the deep vision you had. There were so many flank angles. They didn't take those opportunities. They played it safe, which cost them a little bit. But now you just kind of play for Cloud Soul. And you just go, all right, well, we'll now just put Xiu back in the bottom lane. We'll push these waves out with Smash. We'll get vision for the Dragon. And as long as we have any sort of vision to make sure that DNS aren't doing Baron on the cross map, we should be fine. And it is, you know, a little bit more damage on this Taliyah build. It's not like this is an impossible Baron take by DNS if they were to trade for it. Again, Cloud Soul is permanent. Baron is not, but it could allow them to get a lot of standing gold that's on the map. It's a very small gold lead here at 28 minutes. It would push them massively in the lead if they were to pick up all those plates on the 3 outer turrets, which they would get for sure almost instantly from a Baron take. I am just kind of like, D+, are we gonna do the setup?
Remember, D+Kia was the team that went 34 minutes without a first blood. I forget which team that was. It was either Bro or DRX, I'm pretty sure. But D+Kia was the other team, right? So they're no strangers to some passive play. And it's kind of funny because in this game, you know, if you're watching it as we are, like, the Gwen feels so strong. It feels like Dudu's doing so much. He's very fed, etc. He's 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah.
Like, Xiu just sitting in the side lane farming and PvEing is actually getting a lot more for the team and for himself.
However, you will eventually have to use that gold to
Yes.
get the power from it. And I think that might be the timing here. As the Dragon spawns, they do have that set up a little bit slower than I expected, as here's the engage.
Yeah, once again, it's DNS who are pulling the trigger, and D+Kia are just running away. Career's just dead. I mean, Flash and Ignite gone, and he's just dead.
And it's just Nautilus ult. Like, they still have the Vi ultimate available here.
They're trying to fight for this. I'm not sure they're in a position to really do that, although a lot of damage does go into Peter. Pyosik going to go on a magical journey of his own and just kind of die. Meanwhile, Xiu's going 1v3, takes him out. They get on top of Closer as well, and Dudu doesn't quite have the damage, gets pushed over the wall. Duck Dom, though, goes back in, and It just dies, and the 4v5 goes handily to D+Kia.
And Showmaker looks at everyone who doubted them in that moment, including you, about going for that fight, and he said, I knew Pioshik was going to ult me. I knew he couldn't resist. As this fight is initially great for DNS. They just go in on the Leona. They have all the CC here. There's no fault, but the Rock's down, both locking career and making it difficult to follow up here for D+. And then we can't decide if we want to kill the champions or kill the dragon a little bit here. And ultimately, Pioshik decides. He's like, I'm not holding that. Look at this target over here. And Duckdom is like, in Zimbabwe. Dudu is like not able to join.
Yeah. I don't know. DK just getting the Baron, by the way.
Yeah. I think that might have been the game-losing fight for DNS because this is just too much.
Yeah, I like the eagerness to go for the play. The execution was the opposite of that. D+Kia got so much off of that play, by the way. They got the Cloud Soul, they got the Baron, and yeah, it's feeling pretty good. You know, we felt the Ambessa gold lead. We felt what happens when the Vi solo ults Azir with no follow-up. Right, the discombobulation of DNS after they got the initial pick was very palpable.
We're kind of at the cycle part for Pioshik, where he's picked up some big POMs, had some great interviews. You know, he's in the spotlight. He's considered to be one of the big reasons why DNS have made it this far, to where you start to forget that sometimes you roll tails, sometimes you flip tails on that one, sometimes you roll a 2 or a 1. He has a, you know, big impactful KDA alongside Duckdom in this game. Better than a 2-5 and 9 Xinjiao, right? Well, not really.
Lucid still POG.
People forget that Pioshik does occasionally make decision-making and judgment errors in these types of games.
Yeah, I think his aggressiveness paid off early on in the game, but yeah, closer doesn't really exist. But yeah, one false maneuver on Vi, and you're gonna get punished for it. Now, objective bounty does go over to Dudu, but D+Kia don't really care about that, just pushing with the Baron as much as they can. And Dudu says, I'm gonna go even further. I'm thinking about this bottom inner for their second turret of the game, but the 2 inhibitors looks like that was kind of a foregone conclusion, so DNS do not even fight for it. And try to get
so
some
Dudu
gold
gets
in the lane.
2 turrets and 2 bounties, and that leaves them 1,200 gold behind. Individually.
Yeah.
That puts his team 4,000 gold behind. I guess that, you know, Pioshik, if his flash will be back up, maybe you just sit back, you stop side laning, you clear waves, and you hope to flip it on Elder.
Do you think they're going to go in onto Lucid this time or Career again? I'm curious because it's been mostly
with
Lucid, but
the last fight, how disjointed it was, there's a chance that it could be like half the team goes on Lucid, half the team goes on Career. So the answer could be both, believe it or not. Unfortunately, Smash is Ezreal, so he's kind of safe.
Yeah.
He's not really very easy to kill. Zonia's and
Azir's
Flash
very safe.
Yeah, for Showmaker, so I think this composition has unfortunately just kind of
expired.
It's expired, it's missed its windows, its relevancy has gone down, it's obsolete, you could say. No longer hot. It's a bit stale.
A bit lukewarm.
Potentially, yeah. It's dried out.
Oh, then ult's on a closer here. He does have his flash, but he might just die first. Tried to dodge quite a lot. He will dodge the True Shot barrage, but now he's not here for the push that's happening in the bottom lane. But with no Baron buff left over and the decent wave clear from the Corki, looks like they can't really do much with it just yet. Just trying to continue putting on pressure. Still 2 minutes until the Elder. Probably want to get as much damage as possible.
He has to make a hero play somehow, some way in this game, whether it's on Elder or trying to get that angle on Smash. He's so tempted. Smash is trying to bait him, though, because he's got Lucid and Showmaker right on top of him. And luckily for Pioshik, he does not, for the first time it seems in this game, listen to his inner instincts. And so they will back away. A few more super minion waves to clear to try to get any sort of presence on the Elder. Notice there's a massive amount of vision that needs to be cleared here as well for Pioshik and crew to get that gap closed in 90 seconds. Death Dance done for Shiu. putting him still a significant item advantage over Dudu, who does have an arm guard.
Is the Leona the easiest target to actually get an engage on? Because Azir and Ezreal, you know, they're both very slippery, and the Azir himself is actually a decent amount tanky and has Zhonya's. You're not gonna enjoy going in onto Ambassador.
I will
here.
agree with you that she's the easiest one to get on in and kill with the Protoplasm Harness, the Ionian Shield, Celestial Opposition, Eclipse, and Aftershock, and Leona's tanky stats and health pool. Yeah, with Merc Treads as well for a little bit of extra tenacity. I still think, yeah, she's probably the most realistic option.
Yeah.
So that's why we were kind of saying those things about the expiration date, and you know, maybe his composition is old news, so to speak, in this game. But maybe Pyosik, he makes a miracle steal happen. And if I'm D+, with how they've been playing too, this kind of suits their playstyle. Maybe just don't even let them near the Elder and just keep pushing. And just keep pushing these waves, and maybe eventually you can group up a 4-1 and take out the third inhibitor and then do Elder. Because I think the only way back into this game is some sort of miracle steal from Pyosik into, you know, some Leandri's damage is burning. There's a good Zhonya's from Dudu, and he ends up getting enough damage done in the flip, and they end up wiping and ending the game. 5 seconds until Elder, and D+ are not making a choice, so to speak.
They're also very close to 2 spikes that they would love, the Rabadons and the Infinity Edge on their 2 carries, and they're just short on both. So very unfortunate timing for DNS, but they have to step up and fight now with the Elder on the map. Career says, I'll get the job done for you. I will actually engage on the Leona. And at the end of the day, if they do engage on Leona and the rest of D+ Kia is actually here, you're not going to have a good time anyway. So
this is not exactly what I meant by D+ not really doing the Elder. It doesn't feel like D+ have 2 inhibitor advantage right now. Showmaker looked like maybe he was going to go over and start soloing it, but he did not.
Eventually somebody has to
Lucid will.
I think Dudu probably going to have to stop the top wave here soon.
Yeah, you'll have to back and then TP back to the fight.
Yeah, going to go in onto Career. Not a big surprise there. Ductom avoiding the public execution, and now they're going in onto Shield, but that's not a good target as Pyosik goes into his GA, and Career survives. Peter going to go down, and so should Pyosik follow. Dudu just out of the fight, not really able to do much, taking a 1v1 against Showmaker, while the rest of the team just dies, although Ductom did get 2 kills somehow.
The inhibitors respawn.
But eventually, Dudu will also go down. It's a quadra kill for the Ezreal, but it's not going to be the Penta. And with a giant wave in the top lane and a lost fight, D+ Kia will just win game 1.
Yeah, the Ezreal comes over here as the inhibitors respawn awkwardly. So these minions will be very sad for a moment until Smash fixes that. And now the game will end. Bit of a passive one from D+. I think in a lot of ways played not to lose rather than to play to win quickly. But slow and steady wins the race. Everyone knows the story of the tortoise and the hare, and the tortoise wins in the end. Just eventually, and Lucid was the tortoise, okay?
Yeah.
Eventually get battered down by that speedy Vi, and press R and win game. I think for D+, a few of the engages went super well for them defensively when all the pressure was absorbed. The side lanes were great in the Ambessa and Azir department to get the advantages, to get a lot of map control. They played a great vision game. And even though they were a little bit indecisive at times, they were definitely the stronger team with a later game scaling options that got them across the line. And the pick of Lucid's Xinjiao pushing the Ambessa in the top lane absolutely worked out as Dudu wasn't able to get really anything done.
Yeah, eventually they just built enough defensive items and got far enough ahead that, you know, the burst damage of DNS was never going to do enough in this game. As, yeah, Smash ending up with the most damage done. And that is going to be an early win here for D+ Kia as they start off this best of 5 strong. Not the cleanest game, but they got there in the end. And CV Max still going to have a lot to say about that. 1-0 here for D+ Kia. We'll be back after the break.
لست بآثم إن وزر هذا العالم ليس لك وحدك
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Chijijik Lol Park here in the space. Dagon alongside a very special guest. Joining us is the Atlantalist.
Oh, yeah.
He's here. He got the memo on what you're supposed to wear. And then we've got G2 Wadid from the LEC. Yeah.
The good old jersey over a hoodie.
This. We got the memo. These are two memo knowers. And then...
What do you mean?
You look like you're here as like the kid, you know? Like we gave you the note and you're like, no, that's stupid.
Yeah, I'm a gamer.
The kid in Australia, I guess.
Yeah. A little smug did.
Yeah, he's
True.
once again.
Yeah, I mean, we both did the 3-0 prediction, by the way.
Yep.
And like after the game one, like who didn't predict the 3-0? Like it's so clear that DK is gonna just smash them to the hill.
Okay, so I'm gonna rebut just a little because I think there are two possible outcomes.
Okay.
Either it's a DK 3-0,
Or
and you can see here, or it's what Valdez, Ox, Umpty, and Gogo said. That's the only other outcome. DK, if they lose a game in this series, it will be a disgusting mess and they will lose. That is how it's going to go.
What?
That's how it'll go.
All
they
right.
tilt off the planet every single time, and they might win a game accidentally, But I think that, they don't have the mental stability, I think, to hold it out over a 5-game series. However, they're a better team. So they should just win every game.
But you might be right, because from the draft, it was kind of weird though. Like we started off kind of weird from the DK, because they first picked Ambessa. And I think this value was not great for them because they cannot hide that pick until the end because they have to rebuild it. So they had Xin Zhao at lost. But I feel like it was kind of unnecessary to like first pick it because I feel like DNS had such a better topside comp.
Yeah, I actually think that the draft was beautiful. I wanted to highlight the Gwen just because Dudu has been so incredibly good on this champion. One thing that we didn't really factor in, though, was that Xiu's Ambessa is just absurd.
And we've got a pretty solid look at that later on in the fight. But it started off well for DNS because, as you pointed out, what did, it looked like some stage jitters since they haven't played in a while, D plus Kia, on stage, and some lack of coordination.
I think it was stage jitters for 2 players on D+. And the rest of them looked absolutely fantastic. Smash here did everything he possibly could after his Leona decided to start backing instead of backing him up.
Yeah, I feel like Korea is like, nah, I think it's over, but like Smash is even better player than he thought, so he hit all the skill shots.
Like, we're going in.
Yeah, we could actually win, but on the top side, I think at first it was really good backup from Lucid, and like we thought it was a good defense by DK right here, but there is one more player from DNS who wants to play some aggressive early game, and here it was really great vision control from Closer here, and it was really good execution. And on top of that, they're going to kill Ambessa as well.
Yeah, and this is actually what we saw from DNS yesterday, was a lot of proactive plays in the early game against DRX that also paid off. They were able to build themselves decent advantages. The problem was later for DNS. I feel like they ticked all the boxes in the early game. Things were actually going well.
Yeah, and that's what DNS needs. They are the team that gets the lead early, and so far, through play-ins and playoffs, they've been able to transition to it. However, things change right here when Smash is like, give me the right setup and I can carry.
But yeah, I want to talk about the difference between DRX and DK. So when DNS makes some good plays in the early game, like DRX was kind of panicking around. But DK, they didn't panic, takes the plate, get the item, and I think in this kind of moment they can still fight back because they were not panicking in the map, going on the map. They're just farming up, waiting for right moment. And here, look at Showmaker and Smash. They're just like hitting the targets, and this Azriel cannot miss the skill shot.
Yeah, no, Smash actually, like, towards, I think, the last 3/4 of the fight, literally missed nothing.
No.
And so this, like, that's the type of Ezreal that does way more damage than you're ever supposed to. It was not the, like, he wasn't on an item spike necessarily, and just did so much, got so much value, and at that point, the game really took a turn for the worse for DNS.
Yeah, Max and I were talking about, we know this matchup, like Azure wins Corki, but in theory, right? But normally, Corki wins because it's a lot easier to play. But if you hit all the abilities on the enemy team, then it's
also,
completely different.
If it's a mess, Ezreal does so incredibly well.
True.
Right? You get to like single out targets and things like this, take them down, and it was not clean from DNS from that point on, and Smash looked unbelievable.
Yeah, and we get one more look at that at the Drake fight. Again, DK stacking the Drakes, forcing DNS into a fight here on the 4th Drake, and this is just great stuff here by Showmaker and the gang after a little bit of an oopsie.
Still, you know, like Career is not doing his job correctly, but again, like Showmaker and Xiu is here to do his job, and they tried to land the engage on Xiu, but what happens next? Showmaker and Smash is free, so it was really easy coordination fight for the 2 damage dealers here.
Yeah, and Kyojik decides that he wants to go in on those that are on the other side and then let Xiu kind of 1v2 for the rest of that, and survives here with Showmaker's help. I mean, I said this at the moment, I was like, oh, wallet difference. They were only 1,000 gold ahead at that point in time. Yes, they had the Drake advantage, but they didn't have Soul at that point, and DK just outplayed them, even a player down.
Yeah.
I mean, again, even though their jungle support was kind of struggling in the early game, still, Showmaker and Smash, they were consistent and calm and collected. So that's why the game felt kind of easier for DK.
Well, after the slow start, D plus Kia able to bounce back and take a 1-0 victory. Will it be the 3-0 clean sweep for D plus, or will Chaos reign supreme? Let's find out in game number 2.
Chaos always rules. Dagon, as we're getting ready for game number 2. And D+Kia, they did look very solid, you know, as a team, as a roster. They kept cool, calm, and collected. I like what our spacers were talking about, the Atlantalist and Wadid breaking that one down. And essentially just let DNS overplay their hand into them and just wait and play a stronger game overall.
Yeah. I don't know what we learned from that first game, necessarily, about what the rest of the series is going to look like. Momentum, though, remains in D+'s favor, which has always been a concern. Pretty cool setup here with, you know, the Hong Kong plane, plane to Hong Kong, the Korean passport, and an image of Hong Kong, and then the animated plane traveling to Hong Kong.
Yes.
I think you get the picture. All right, so Pyosik, great early game. Rodin's laughing about what happened after that. I think if you can keep your mental straight, if you don't go boom here, which has been a bigger issue for D+, unlike DNS, who are extremely used to losing if you're on Pyosik's side, like winning Worlds was starting at the bottom and working your way up the ladder. I do think that they can bounce back, and I think they had a great start to the game, so see what they can offer here in draft. Is, like you mentioned, first pick will be theirs, and maybe that Yunara stock is going to go up. Or Rise stock is what it's looking like first.
Or both. You know, maybe you force both of them to get banned out. But the issue is nowadays there's so many OP champions like Pantheon, like Rumble, that are great first picks, and even Orianna as well. So there's just too much to ban as the second picking team. And eventually the DN Supers will get something good. The question is, which one do they want?
I actually think if now DNS go for Cassiopeia, Gnar, and then Rumble, they kind of have a ton of control, especially with the Pantheon ban coming here first for D+, because they can pick the Pantheon first if they want to, and then they can get the Rise first pick here and feel pretty good about it. They actually ban Yunara themselves.
Yeah.
So maybe the Rise ban will follow here, but that means they get Rumble.
Rise. Yeah. And I think as D+Kia, you kind of have to leave both up. But if you're getting the Rumble, you don't have a Vi to pair with it. And now you don't have a Yunara to go with it either. You can't like Rumble Yunara in response to Rise.
I'd rather see the Rise ban, to be honest, for those reasons. Let's see what they decide. I mean, Showmaker has a lot of answers to Rise. I'll ban Varus, which was one we kind of forgot about because we're so focused on the microcosm of that Rise pick. So Rise versus Rumble. Which one do you want? I think closer on Rise feels very good, but they disagree. Mostly because I think Showmaker having Rise is scary, but now that you've removed the Cassiopeia, and so they end up taking the Rumble anyways. See what the setup is going to be for this one, because now you're also conceding a lot of side lane pressure.
Yeah.
And Rumble just doesn't win lane like he used to if you don't take Ignite. And we've seen people moving away from Ignite recently, opting for the better teleport.
Yeah. I do think it puts one of the best carries in the game in the hands of Dudu, and after all, it is his year. Didn't really get to show it off too much on the Gwen, but had some decent plays, as it's just going to be Rise Jarvan.
Oh
and
my
you
God.
gotta like that.
And now you can't play Sivir, but they can. And Rise plus Sivir means wave clear forever. And also pretty good into Rumble, since he is immobile. Some consideration to other picks. I think even the Lee Sin would feel pretty interesting here as a pick away from Pyosik. All right, are we going Yone? Yeah, we are. So that was Closer's idea for this matchup, as Pyosik will be happy to play an old favorite in the Sejuani. And Sejuani can work decently well with Rumble as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're both melee, right? It is an AP top as well, so you have your AP covered. It's not solo AP Sejuani, which we used to see in the past.
And even beyond that, if you hit a Glacial Prison on somebody and Equalizer is on top of them, even when the ice melts, it is a lot of value.
More difficult than the Vi, though.
I agree. You actually have to aim it. And
asking a lot of our players actually have to hit their skill
people
shots.
Dodge stuff. People got flash. People got dashes. People got phase rush.
Yep. They have mind control as well.
The Cassante pick here feels like an overarching pick away in some ways. Would have rather seen the Sivir, because I think that's now 100% going to be banned. And they could have gotten the Sivir and then played another top lane into the top lane into this Rumble. Like, they could have even played Ornn and felt pretty okay about it. Jhin will be banned away. Let's see if they do ban that Sivir. It feels pretty obvious with a Jarvan pick. Lucian can work well here too. Jhin is an interesting ban. It makes me rethink the Sivir. Perhaps they were just expecting it to be banned.
Yeah, I think Jhin can allow for a lot of setup and kind of be a secondary carry. You already have a lot of
You have a ton of damage.
in
Yeah.
your comp.
So it does make sense. In terms of the isolated lane, a little bit more surprising. Though Ashe Sejuani is pretty crazy. And also Ashe Seraphine can ruin whatever you're trying to do. Which is probably Sivir, if it's not banned here.
I don't really know what Duck Dom is going
Kalista?
to play.
For Smash, Kalista Renata also feels pretty good here. So maybe that is what they're also considering. Since it's pretty good into the Yone, the Sejuani, Poppy.
Very good into Yone and Kalista.
I just kind of look at this draft for D+. I'm like, yeah, the Jarvan isn't going to, necessarily play as well without the follow-up of it. Like, when you have Ryze and Sivir, you don't have, like, a big, bursty, quick damage follow-up. But just be another frontline with the Cassante and just do boom-boom damage. And their big threat here is melee that you can see in their draft. Aphelios is very risky on the other side. The damage output is incredibly high, and they will have counterpick for support to see what does eventuate for the side of the supers here.
I think you want to play Lulu as DN supers. Maybe like
Lulu Jinx.
Jinx Lulu. The only issue is that the Jinx and the Jarvan can be a little bit rough, but
if you space well,
a great front line.
And you have the front line, does work.
Oh, I was worried about this. They're going to go for the Kalista and Renata themselves, which makes them extremely all in and
Lulu was available
and short ranged into Aphelios.
So with this Lulu
and Lulu,
your Jarvan is an extra engage. Both of your carries, which have insane damage output, are very safe. Yeah, Lulu is what he means to pick, surely. Now, we did talk about Career not necessarily enjoying the Enchanter supports as much. We'll go for the correct one. Lulu also can polymorph a Yone or a Kalista in a team fight and render them relatively useless.
Or even a Sejuani that overextends, Pioshik sometimes has a propensity to do that, and even the tanky Sejuani can get out of position and die very quickly.
I look at this setup. The initial part of this draft was very cool from the supers. I was like, wow, they got the Yone Sejuani. They kind of saved this Rumble pick. I wasn't super sold on it versus the Ryze. But the Kalista Renata, not it for me. I would have much preferred the Jinx, because that way you deny the Lulu. You have that range advantage in the bottom lane. You space well. You've got the front line to back it up. Also, you have pick.
Yeah.
So you get that pick. You get excited.
The Lulu felt like such a steal for either team. Like, whoever could get the Lulu felt huge, and it was weird that DNS kind of just passed up on it when it could have been amazing for their composition, for great follow-up, for protecting your carries. Instead, they kind of just, go all in. It's a very... it has an identity, this composition. It's just all going forward, and
my read
Renata,
is either this game goes long and it's one-sided and it's the D+ win, or it is a little bit quicker. You're winning the whole time as DNS. You never let go of control, and you smash it. It's a one-sided game. We go 1-1.
And you don't overplay your hand. We'll see if they can manage that here in game number 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
The other part of the draft I thought was interesting, we also touched on, was just giving Showmaker Ryze. It was obvious they had an answer, in quotations, but Ryze is he's S tier on this patch, especially in the LCK. All of our mid laners love him, and Showmaker loves him as well, even more so. It just feels weird to, he played Azir, he was able to get through that game, and now you give him Ryze. Feels like Showmaker's just kind of ramping up perfectly in the picks that he's getting.
where is the value for the hostile takeover here? You know what I mean? Like, who are you really going to be saying, aha, kept you at bay there? It doesn't feel very strong. It can help set up Rumble equalizers.
Yeah.
Can be decent to disrupt people who are trying to retreat while Yone is looking for an angle.
Bailout bot. You know, it's not hostile takeover, but...
And it's just, bailout also requires you to be at a game state where your carries secure those kills, be it the Yone or the Kalista, and in some niche cases, maybe the Rumble doing battle with his big shield later on. But I kind of feel like when I look at the Renata, it was picked just for lane in a lot of cases, and the bailout power there. But you're playing the Lulu anyways. And whoever gets the bailout on them, if that polymorph is available, turn into a little critter. And kind of hard to make the bailout work. So I think if they get ahead, it can absolutely work.
Yeah, but they have to get ahead. I think, you know, that's what happens when you draft comps like this that are very all-in. If you don't roll the correct way, if you don't get an early lead, sometimes it can get a bit rough. The One definitely going to struggle into the Rise early on. The Rumble essentially neutralized by the Cassante. At least they have Kalista Renata on the side of DNS to try to push their lead early on in the lane. But even then, Aphelios Lulu is no slouch. Like, yes, in the early levels, they're going to have to back away and respect, but it does feel like they can certainly hold their own.
I think Peter is also a very good Renata player. I think he's earned his stripes on this champion. And his handshakes have been good. His timings of his ultimates have been good. His bailouts have been very good. Peter kind of was always the enchanter guy initially. I think he's really revved up his engage pool quite a bit. But originally we were like, this is the Yuumi guy. And now, you know, he's kind of playing the hybrid version here where you have the handshake, but you also have all that enchanter's decision-making and timing-based play here. See how he performs, as we do have an early gank from Pyosik potentially.
I mean, they saw that. They saw this. Like, they saw him there. They saw him with the thing, and they're trying to turn around the play instead. They're going to have to use their 80 carry flash for it, but now Lucid flag and drags into danger. And just to take a bit of damage here. Also gets flailed on his way out for good measure.
Career low on mana, so they really need to make this work early if they want it to work.
Yeah, Career, okay, is going to, let's call it a tempo heal. And it's actually getting them a good amount of presence in the lane, at least, as it feels like our junglers are just kind of babysitting bottom lane. Dudu going to avoid one of the weapon drops there.
That ends up being a really positive result for D+, even though Smash had to flash.
Shu, okay, the Harpoon's going to miss. The flash on in is not going to be enough, so Shu just kind of laughs at him and runs away. Career is going to get hands shook, and a 3-man root comes in from Smash now as Pyosik. Yeah, the flash after the fact always feels bad. That's first blood given over to Smash already.
It does feel like Smash, you know, I started the conversation last game, but we didn't get to finish it. It was discussed a little bit on the space, but it does feel like Smash has looked at Career and he's like, your health bar is a sacrifice, okay? I need you to use it so that I can win. And Career's like, all right, let me just stand up here and get hands shook. They're gonna use everything on me. I'm a Lulu. You can go for your triple root. Like Smash, it almost feels is literally micromanaging Career. I'm gonna need you to stand here, and then I'm gonna hit him.
All right, go in and bait them.
And like the last game as well, the Leona, he's just like, look, I hit everything. Career's like, are you sure? He's like, I told you, I hit everything. I told you to trust me.
And that he did. And, you know, Pyosik, he goes down. It's not the end of the world for him. I think him losing his flash is the biggest deal. Not sure if he's going to have that up and ready for when he hits level 6. Maybe like a level 6 to level 7 kind of spike. But that first ult from the Sejuani can be very important, as a lot of our playmakers from the jungle can be.
Interesting Rise rotation up to the top lane
Yeah, this is the Faker. And they're going to just go for it under the turret, looking for the knockback. And there it is. Equalizer comes down. No flash available as he used it to try to take down Siu earlier. The burn is there, but it's not enough. And that's how you punish a guy who has no flash. DK really doing great in this early game.
Closer is not able to get any punish in return either. He's just walking back to lane. Doesn't have TP. Finds himself still behind. So there is just no cost to this play for Showmaker. outside of his Realm Warp, which I don't think he cares. He got value out of it.
Oh, Career definitely going down here. No flash on him. And even though Pyosik is not level 6, it's still a very nice gank because they're looking for more. We got a Jarvan coming on up. The bailout is there, and Duckdom has nowhere to go. He just, or rather, Smash has nowhere to go. Duckdom picks up the double kill. And all of a sudden, DNS turning it around in the bottom lane.
Smash may have mind-controlled and or told Career, micromanaged him to be his health bar a sacrifice again, but this time it did not work out the way that he intended. As I go back to this play here, look at this, pushing him in and then getting the knockback there as Showmaker shows up. Dudu goes left because he knows there is no way out to the right, just trying to maximize damage on Xiu. And here Career is like, all right, just gonna walk forward and gets hit by the handshake. Kyoshi gets on top of him, he's burst down, does not have level 6. Smash has a white gun here, so he can do a lot of damage, especially if he was able to link with Infernum, but fortunately Lucid is too late. Duckdom is Kalista, and they give the Kalista free bailout angle with the Rend at play. And now, quantifying this game a little bit more challenging. I still think D+, they have a gold lead, right? They got the Rise accelerated, and the Aphelios will cash in this call in a few minutes, and still going to be very strong. But now Duckdom is a big problem for these upcoming early game objective fights. So I think D+, they're not in the lead now, but they have an angle to get back in.
DNS.
Sorry, DNS.
Yeah. And they absolutely do.
What's up with all our D tri-code teams in this lower bracket?
And there's even Nongshim as well, which is just NS, and now we have DNS, and it's like, what do all the names mean? I don't know.
B&K's BFX also, just to trip you up.
Yeah, hard to follow sometimes. Chat's always asking about that one.
Like Gen for Genji? That makes sense, yeah.
Makes sense, yeah.
T1 for T1?
T1?
Believe it or not, I'm kind of about that one. That's a good bro for bro? Yes!
Yeah. Straightforward enough.
Imagine if
then
they change it to like HBR when the LCK starts and they get their Hanjin sponsorship.
Yeah. I really hope not.
They won't.
That would be...
Bro is the brand, it's the culture.
Yeah. It's all about the culture as well. As, you know, Rise Group, Fries Group, it does feel like we're kind of dipping in our toes in a little bit here anyway.
The Rise Group culture is all about the common man. Yeah, also a great shout out from G-Sun, HLE, Hanwha Life Esports, very clear, very clean. Or HLA. Yes.
I sometimes call them.
It has been occasionally named. I mean, to be fair for DRX, they're just in the mix of the messy, you know, tri-codes. They are just DRX.
Yeah.
That,
for them,
that also
it's not really
works.
their fault, but
yeah,
they still one of the D teams.
Nongsha's probably like, look, you guys just stole our tri-code, put a D over there.
Did you have to be the supers? I don't know.
Well, they got the first dragon, DNS did, which is what this comp needs to do. So that's helping their angle I talked about. Again, I don't think they have a winning position in this game just yet, but they have the opportunities to stack these dragons up. Not going to be a Hextech Soul if they do double dragon here, nor a Cloud, which would be really strong for their composition, but
yeah,
Infernal would be huge.
I think Infernal definitely feels the best right now. I think also Mountain, not bad for either team, right? Like imagine a Rise with Mountain Soul, that's pretty huge. Imagine
Jaxo's Kalista.
Yeah, Jaxo's Kalista, a very all-in comp that has shields and has a little bit more ability to overplay their hands in a good way. It does feel very good. I feel like Mountain definitely very strong. Infernal kind of just allows you to do what you're already doing better.
Chemtech, there's actually some real argument there as well. You know, Kalista running around in a team fight with Chemtech Soul. Feels pretty good. Aphelios.
Yeah, with Bailout.
Rise, yeah, Bailout also. You got the Lulu and you got the Renata. You know, some extra shields coming through. I feel like that's pretty decent.
And then there's Oceans.
Now we don't talk. No, that one's not. That's not good for anybody.
I just thought maybe I'd bring it up. You know, I know we don't like to talk about it, but Ocean Soul does exist. Lucid going in. He's up a level. Pyosik kind of half health, and now Duckdom. They're just going to go all in onto Lucid, it looks like, and try to play around that. Massive value on the Wild Growth, but again, no real follow-up. Duckdom, very awkward spot for him. No ults. They're just going to have to go forward. That's what this comp does, and now Showmaker has to flash the wall as the pressure is there. And DNS actually make a good play down on the bottom side.
Yeah. Ends up being Pretty solid W there onto Lucid. The polymorph value, not that strong. With the timing it was used, the wild growth looked like it might have been insane. I'm not going to talk about Career's other wild growth he had here in the playoffs, but I've talked about it enough. Yeah. But this one was, again, a huge multi-man that did not eventuate in the value because of the timing of it. The Fate's Call also just absorbed the Aphelios ult for the most part. His closer's in trouble.
Ooh! He's one auto off. Instead, he's just going to live. Still an immense amount of pressure that Showmaker's putting on.
Showmaker's like not done. He's like, you better back.
This is my lane now. Well, it was his lane from the beginning of this game. And they're kind of hanging around the bottom side, trying to stop some backs. Definitely easier on Lulu than a Rel. But, yeah, not able to do that.
This
so
Rumble
okay.
matchup isn't really getting a whole lot done either. We haven't played through that at all. This ultimate is just absorbed by, for the most part, the ultimate here is Dogtom gets polymorphed early, but then just goes deep into the fight. And even though there's a multi-man knockup with the wild growth, it doesn't matter because there isn't any follow-up. And then Smash runs out of red-white. Showmaker has to flash away.
He ran into the pit, like he got healed and he ran straight at the Callista, and then he was like, oh wait, I don't do damage yet, and I'm alone. I guess I'm just flashing away. Meanwhile, yeah, this Cassante is doing a number up here. Again, just neutralizing the Rumble. It's not like the Cassante is going to go insane mode. I mean, he is going to go all out, but not insane mode. Doesn't.
Yeah, just all out.
Not on this patch.
Going all out means different things, you know, for different people.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Chronicler, for example, like, his going all out was often to just have a polite conversation.
Or to, like, cook more than one meal during the day.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going all out today. I cooked quite a lot, you know.
I'm going all out to the corner store to get some tea.
We're all going out and having a great meetup as friends. Chronicler, his cooking very good, actually.
Yeah.
For those
Enjoyed it
who are
on
curious.
occasion.
We love to poke fun at his garlic comments and all that.
You know, this is a pretty awkward spot for D+, so they're a little bit out of time, and I think this might just be the double. However,
just walk forward and press D. Outplayed, DNS! So we do have the Moonlight Vigil coming through. It just hits the Sejuani.
Jarvan?
And it's Ocean Soul.
Yeah, well, so at least they feel better about it now. The fact that they didn't get it. And D+ feel less good about the fact that they stole it. But they got a Hextech Dragon, which
yeah,
best they could have gotten for the rest of the dragons here.
Ocean Soul isn't bad, you know, you don't want to give everything to DNS. It's comparatively not great, but
it does have an
good
effect that will help you out in terms of healing. It's just not quite the same amount of resistances you would have gotten for a Chemtech Soul or you know, sub 50% health, or the shield and resistances you got from Mountain Soul, or the extra, you know, burst damage around skill shots that hit for the Infernal Soul. But you know, it's not bad, like you said.
Look at the play. Okay.
So Jarvan,
I was gonna say, look at all, you know, playing towards the bottom side. That's good stuff from DNS and Pyoshik, but
I think DNS are already feeling the pressure of Jarvan just coming and walking and stealing that. They're like, well, that was our whole thing with this comp, was we stacked dragons and we didn't get that one, so we got to try to make something aggressive happen, and they're making desperate moves like that fortunately just looked a little bit silly. Jarvan, not only did he steal it, but he kind of just used his feet and not his flagging or his dragging or his cataclysm mobility options, nor his flash to do so. That isn't ideal.
At least it wasn't a flag steal.
That has happened.
And not two in the same game.
That has also happened. But not this time.
Still ridiculous. That feels like a once in a million game.
Remember the reverse Gnar boomerang steal from like 2022?
Yeah. Wasn't that Dudu, I feel like?
I think it was. I think you're right.
I feel like it was like maybe Dudu's first year.
It might have been Dudu. I also feel like there was a weird chance it could be Hoya. Or something like that.
Or Zeus. He played a lot of Gnar. But it doesn't feel like it was him. I feel like it was like a random day and we were like...
Oh, Doran also has one. That's true.
That's
right. I do kind of remember that.
I'm curious about that first one. I know which one you're talking about.
Well, this is a position that DNS have to walk, like this tightrope without Fate's Call, where they want to be hyper-aggressive. They don't have that extra safety tool here for Peter to look for handshakes, so it is very awkward. Smash is just sitting on Stormrazor and kind of chilling here with some resources committed. They are going to use that prio to try to start up this Herald, and because they have Kalista as a secondary smite here, I think it's just a no-go. Although Lucid has stolen objectives before.
This TP is a bit late. I mean, you're not really going to be able to do much. Double knockup comes in. The Sejuani ult gets some good value on top of the equalizer. Lucid again the target for this DNS squad. They're not getting onto the important ones, and now Peter getting pretty low due to behind enemy lines. Peter is just going to have to flash the wall. In goes Lucid trying to punish this one. The Realm Warp as well, and Duck Dom goes down to the auto of career. And so they got the Rift Herald, but 2 kills do go to DK.
It'd be really cool if Career had like a pet otter, part of his identity, you know. He has a license for it, so it's cool. He was once a zookeeper.
Yeah, we have some pros that have pets. I think Tease has a cat.
Fight is like everything about this composition for DNS that I had concerns about. Like, who took damage? Duckdom's still waiting for the day for him to reach people. He's like, I really want to hurt them. Hey, please allow me to do that? No. Cannot quite do it. Has to flash away. Realm Warp behind him. Where's the bailout? Where's anything? I can't reach anybody. We can't hurt them. It's not great.
Trying to make a play here on a Dudu. He's going to have to flash away. Did have Pyoshik making his way up with nothing, basically. And so she was winning in that top lane. We got Showmaker 1-0 and 2 on the rise. He's scaling. Got 2 kills for Smash's Aphelios. Things going just about as good as they can for D plus Kia.
The way back in is just a one fight on this upcoming Dragon, I think, and you have to kind of send it. Your Fate's Call is back up. The Yone ultimate should be back up. And maybe this time you're able to at least secure the Dragon, but hopefully get that bailout value, burst somebody down, turn onto the Jarvan who doesn't have flash anymore, kill him first and try to front to back. Like, you have to make a decisive call here. They have a ton of vision around it. Like, this is got to be the moment. And if D+ just ignore the Dragon, frankly, that's pretty good for them too, because it is Ocean Soul, as we've talked about quite a bit, and I think this is the one way in for DNS. So if they just look at this and they go, that's a lot of vision that we don't have. I don't really like that. I'm just going to say no. Feels pretty good. She was going top lane. He doesn't have teleport, so it was like D+ are pretending like they're going to contest, but are actually just going to chill, which might be correct.
Yeah.
They're going to wait for an opportunity because Lucid is still Jarvan.
I don't trust the majority of our teams to make complicated macro calls, to be completely frank, because sometimes they will just fight for no reason. It feels like the LCK has learned to do that over time. But this is definitely the right call. As you mentioned, give up the Drake, take the turret plates in the top lane, maybe even take the whole turret.
It's funny to think about it this way, but it almost feels like this decision by D+ to go, nah, I'm just not going to fight without vision, might have been like the game-winning move. Just to not int and get money elsewhere, as Pyoshik is going to get a charge here into the turret, but won't get the turret itself, as they are so desperate. They're like, no, I needed you to fight me here. Like, this is where we're at our best. This is our last chance for a team fight. D+ like, nah, I don't really want to lose, so.
Trying to go all out on a Dudu under the turret, but now we have a Rise on the way, and that turret is not very long for this world. Dudu trying to hold on to his turret. As you see that DNS are trying to get something in mid lane for this. Dudu is buying quite a lot of time, but he will not live. Doesn't look like he'll be taking out Xiu either, so down he goes to Showmaker, but DNS did get the mid-tier 1.
It was a good decisive call to push for the turret there, and Dudu does have teleport, so he'll be back on the map right away. Had D+ maybe hoped they were going to try to turn that into a Baron play or something like that, which they couldn't do because the mid was pushed in. They lost their turret there. So the sacrifice feels okay. You know, the gold is pretty even between these top laners at this moment in time, and he is going to be a bigger threat later. I'm mostly just worried about Smash. And I think everybody who is hoping DNS is going to win this should be worried about Smash. As a 3-1 predictor, you know, who expects to be exactly correct that DNS is to win at least one game, I'm a little bit worried about Smash.
Yeah.
Who does actually now have his second item completed with a pickaxe on top of it. He is going to be a problem. The heal, you know, deny feels pretty strong. Showmaker's going to have his rod complete relatively soon. And that is going to be him halfway to level 16. And I don't know, we kind of used almost all of the words to describe expired last game about this composition that was being played by DNS there. I don't know how many more we can. Yeah, I don't know how many more we can like really pull out of the synonyms here. The thesaurus is like run dry on this one.
Yeah, we're out of material. We're gonna have to hire some ghostwriters to help us out.
No longer favorable.
That's one we use pretty often.
Out of tempo, out of gas,
Out of stock.
out of stock, sold out.
Yeah, this comp is actually literally out of stock after this game.
Yeah,
Because it's fearless.
true.
So, yeah, just once per best of 5.
Out of season.
Yeah.
Okay, Duckdom, hold on. He says actually they could be played through the early spring.
Eventually. Eventually. As Engage Renata strikes again. And now Pioshik is coming on up here. And she will go down. And that is a shutdown for Duckdom. Actually a nice, healthy amount of gold. And Dudu can come in here and clear this wave.
Doesn't this feel kind of familiar, though, to last game where we spend everyone to kill someone who takes forever to die and then D+ get all the turrets on the other side of the map?
Yeah, I do remember that happening. Just going to ult in as Closer doing an insane amount of damage. Takes out Smash, who just neglects the ability for Closer to do that.
And maybe a Baron?
Yeah, it's absolutely
I can tell you
Baron.
what. I think Closer was not afraid of Smash, you know? I was a little afraid of Smash. I thought DNS fans need to be afraid. Closer said, no, that's no problem.
I killed that guy.
Q3, ult him, he's dead. Baron's dead. Okay, maybe a little bit too long on the side lane there for the side of D+. With Showmaker also pushing into that turret deep, had TP.
How does he get turret aggro here?
Red buff?
He just attacks him.
Yeah, I don't know.
와우 나이스 뭐야 이거
What was
바텀
that?
이거 도는 것만 조심해
He knows that's a window back into the game. Career is farming.
Yeah,
Trying to.
generally not the best sign. Now we do have this Cassante still in a good spot, but not nearly as far ahead as he was, and in fact is behind on gold now, funnily enough, so we'll see. I mean, Dudu hasn't been able to do too much in this game, but now the Yone's really fed, the Kallista's doing great, so they kind of have their bread buttered there.
Yeah, I don't think they need to force a dragon fight. Maybe try to find a side lane angle or push mid aggressively to try to push D+ out of position so they don't waste their Baron. Unfortunately, right now, are a little bit slow on the uptake, and so D+ actually get mid prio. Dudu does have level 16 and teleport at the ready here on 2 items. Could join. He needs to come fast, though, if they're going to make this call. Teleport into the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's going to try to go for a singular Ocean Drake. Sometimes can be the bane of many a team here in the LCK.
Dudu's angle.
Dudu's got a fantastic equalizer and a catch! Once again, he gets smashed, but this time Smash lives for a very long period of time. He's extremely low. Duckdom wants to take him out, and the bailout does not get the value, but Smash is out of the fight. This Cassante doing quite a lot of work, though, on the right side. Dudu, full health, though, and it looks like DPlus will have to back away from this one. As maybe DNS just get the dragon after all of that crazy chaos.
Chaos, a near dominant fight for the side of DNS. It's a trade down in kills, but a trade up in health bars, and they are going to grab this dragon. Lucid not willing to go for a, flag and drag steal to flash out. Not worth it for the Ocean Soul, and so he just decides to back out. As initially here, this equalizer placement plus closer is amazing, but the wild growth gives just enough health here for Smash, who kites it back brilliantly, has cleanse and flash, and they just cannot close the gap. Like, Duckdom is actually just like, I can't reach him!
33 HP.
33 HP lives. Watch it again.
Son.
Wild growth comes out, cleanses out, he flashes, kites back. 33 there, heals up a little bit, and he's like, you can't reach. Has his caliber out.
Yeah. Trying to make a play here on a Duckdom. Renata Glass is there looking for the bailout. Not going to get it. Wild Growth too good. Dudu in a lot of trouble himself. Goes golden, but eventually will die. Showmaker picks up the kill. And just like that, DPlus back in control. They
Yeah,
lost the
this
Drake,
Baron-
but it's individual Ocean Drakes. They're fine.
This Baron is, or was, quite a weak one. It's a... Callisto picks up Terminus third, which I think does make a lot of sense, but it means that she doesn't have any survivability. Cannot actually live through the big burst damage when caught in situations like that. And not only are we seeing Polymorph be a great way to shut down bailouts, but also the Wild Growth just denies the takedown. As
Ruler
Duckdom
spot?
essentially in the ruler spot here, and Peter is over the wall like, I bailed this out, but there's just not enough damage. The Wild Growth is there, so Dudu looks silly as well. Has to break his stasis, will die anyways. So it's 2 kills here on the attempted turnaround. And D+ remove all the Barons. Rise with an Actualizer and a Rod that's a little bit too big, I think, honestly, in his inventory.
It's pretty needless, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they had to make it that large, but he is big. He's got a lot of AP. He's going to press his Actualizer button on cooldown. And I think this game, that might have been the moment for D+ to just completely deny any sort of comeback for DNS. They got the steal away on those last few plays and sides and on the Baron, but now Dudu, let's see.
When have we seen this before? They have been punishing this Rumble so much. First pick Rumble not getting much value in this game. Just kind of gets neutralized, and even more than that, especially when the Rise keeps showing up in that top lane. And so your Rise is feeling very good. Your Aphelios is really popping off. And DNS, they're losing, as more levels come in, as more items come in for D+ Kia, they're going to have these bigger health bars. They're going to live for much longer, and DNS thrives off of getting that first kill, snowballing team fights, and that's kind of why we were saying this will expire eventually, especially if you fall behind. If they were able to snowball from the beginning and get a decent lead by this point, we'd definitely be singing a different tune.
I liked their draft in game 1. I liked how they put it together. It was really smart, but the execution was a little off. A little bit of overextending by Pioshik, right? The early game was great. The second draft felt even more all-in. And in some ways, it seems like DNS, it was a BNK idea. We talked about it in game 1. Very creative, very much to their playstyle, came prepared. But the second game didn't really leave me floored with their draft. Instead, it makes me feel like DNS came to cheese D+ today, instead of trying to beat them straight up with the World Championship or near World Championship bottom duo, World Finalist bottom duo. And I'm just kind of looking at this series so far going, well, I guess what the 3-0 Predators said was true. They're the better team, and if they don't lose momentum, maybe D+ do just close this out easily, as Lucid may be caught, but there's no follow-up.
And this is what's happening so far, Wolf. Pioshik has to be careful about getting chunked out this much with the Baron available. I think they can just start it. And we are going to have the Trinket spot this.
And Smash is going to be able to use this to hold up.
All right, Peter kind of frontlining, and Dudu might just be the guy who gets punished for it as the Realm Warp gets everybody on top of this. Even the knock-up into the Wild Growth, and the front line of DNS is just getting shredded already.
And then Callista needs to have control over objectives, needs to have a massive lead to do anything here. Like, it's like, okay, we lost our Rumble, he did a little bit of damage. What can we do to stop Baron? In truth, the best way, the best damage you can get is that Renata ultimate, having them hit each other for a second. And you don't want to waste that, by the way, that was a joke. So they just have to give it up. They have to say no. Dudu going for the aggressive play and just gets completely torn to pieces. Career hits his third item. And going for the Hail Mary Ocean Soul play as a response is what they're looking for.
Oh, okay, they're gonna catch Lucid here. He doesn't really have a health bar. I'm surprised the closer didn't try to ult that, but maybe he would just waste it and then get flashed away from. Callista on the objective, and Lucid can't really get in. It's going to go down to the side of Pioshik. We got TP coming in here as well. Pioshik in the front line.
Cleanse out from Smash. He did absorb that ultimate from Pioshik. And man, D+, that was pretty risky. I'm gonna try to go for the fight there as Lucid survives and actually steals the Wolf camp away. But when they looked like they were maybe gonna full send it on that fight, I was like, well, DNS has been asking for that on Dragons the last 4 times. They were really hoping you guys were to send it, as Dudu shows up with TP and his Equalizer ready, but they do back away, hold on to their Barons, and go back to holding on to a lead and map control. As the Ocean Soul, unfortunately, there's a lot of souls we've seen in this playoffs and play-ins where we go, okay, it's 1 dragon to 4, often just 4 dragons to the team that's behind, where it's worth it. If we're talking Hextech Soul, we're talking Infernal Soul, Pyoshik yesterday, and we're like, wow, that extra damage really meant a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Ocean Soul on the 0-5 in Rumble is going to be the same level of meaningfulness here in this 5,000 gold deficit, as D+ made the right call to walk away.
Yeah. At least, you know, with the Ocean Soul, if the fight does get extended and your Callista's getting value and the bailouts coming out and stuff like that, maybe you can get some decent value there. But we'll have to wait and see. Rival Baron power play does come in. Oh, he's going to catch him once again, but this time the Wild Growth comes in and he just dies. Meanwhile, Career also elects to just die.
He has the hero play.
Wild Growth
he'll
die?
sacrifice himself.
Okay. Did his job, I suppose.
He also used both of his summoners, which could be important later on. We'll have to keep an eye on that, as it doesn't look like D+ is going to walk away with a 2 inhibitor lead this time around after this Baron goes over to them.
Yeah, now we have the flash down from Smash, and that might actually line up with the Elder spawn.
Closer's doing a little gaming. You know, he's like, I like to play Yone, I like to play the melees. Wild Growth is pretty high value. But imagine, you know, a scenario where this doesn't go as well. They don't have the full set. They don't have Baron. And he gets access a little bit better. Or now maybe they get access to Career, who has no sums. There's no sums for Smash either.
Showmaker has 670 AP. Just picked up his very fancy hat. And I just don't really feel like there's a good answer for the Rise. Like, they have a lot of damage still. It's really going to take Closer to do that again, like 3 more times. And if he finds those angles consistently, like, they have a lot of burst damage. They have ways to blow up a target, even a Rise.
If, like, let's say Closer gets a kill onto Career before he has to ult and he snaps back, and then they have a bailout for him and he goes in the second time, or Duckdom is able to get enough time to put a lot of sticks into Shield in a slower fight, and then when the engage comes through from Lucid, they have the bailout, or not the bailout, the hostile takeover angle. There's some like dream scenarios that you could try to think of. Maybe Career's out of position warding. But ultimately, again, we're kind of looking at a DNS game state. We're like, well, maybe the Elder Flip could be the way in. And that's not really what you're hoping for when you're looking at the composition that you had.
I mean, if they get position on the Elder, it's actually a pretty good spot for them.
Yeah, because they've got Callisto
down 5,000 gold. They have the Ocean Soul, right? So you can tank up quite a lot.
They do have, you know, this time their inhibitors to play through, but they're going to have to eventually play aggressively to get control of the map to then have that position on the Dragon. As just sitting back and clearing these waves alone won't be enough. As for D+, that is the game plan. Just lock them out of the map and do it for the next 2 minutes. Then you'll have access to the Exodia of objectives. You have to make the right call on which one you start and when you start it and what kind of turn you look for. Well, the lead that they have should be simpler to do than it is to say, believe it or not. Easier done than said.
Not every day you hear that.
Yeah.
Dude just equalized a little bit forward, looked pretty silly.
He's clearing waves, got level 19.
I mean, he kind of missed the wave, though, so it was like, He's playing it very safely. He could tell that he's under a lot of pressure and that he's kind of the free food in this game, so.
He needs to buy time, because on the other side of the map, we're seeing some leeway here for Closer, who has that Sejuani down with him. They're actually going to look for the big scuttle here, which is pretty significant. Can help them clear a little bit more vision out, and then they can rush over to the Elder. Now, because there's no inhibitors up, or down rather, all their inhibitors are up, all their inhibitor turrets are up, they could just play this long con, grab onto the Elder, and even if D+ get Baron, you defend with Elder kind of game plan. It's 30 seconds the difference between these two objectives, so there's a world where D+, if you tried to play it that way, could rush it down and then come over to contest. But D+ really have all the cards, all the options, and it's DNS who have to fight for prio anywhere. They got that scuttle in the bottom lane. They've got a Sentinel down there. And they're actually going to now put their group around this Baron. It spawns first, but they cannot actually get control of the zone to set up for this Callista, who doesn't have GA yet either.
This red team from behind, it's pretty difficult to do that. Also, D+ Kia just pushed top and bot at the same time.
They're on a clock here, DNS.
Looking for Duck Dom, it looks like, as you wants to get that started.
Ocean Soul value?
He's got a giant shield, and he's not afraid to use it. The handshake comes in. Xiu is still unbreakable at this point in time.
And D+ have done it. They've removed DNS from the Baron and timed out Elder. They have Prio here, and DNS, they needed to be on Elder to win the fight. They have no vision whatsoever.
All right, Lucid gonna be spotted. Peter with the handshake, but might just die for it. And there is the Fate's Call. That's a big tool taken away from DNS.
Peter, I don't think he can afford to back here. He's just going to have to rely on that Ocean Soul healing to get himself back to relevance in this upcoming fight.
Maybe he can get the Gromp? They're not going to give it to him. That was so close to Smash, who has Cleanse, and Mikhail's. But still, looking for Smash, and Closer is going to hit it, but again, eventually, the Wild Growth comes in, the follow-up is not there. The Cataclysm actually making a lot of room as Duckdom is frontlining, doing a good job. Xiu very separated from the team. He is going to find Duckdom here, but Duckdom just flashes away, and the front line, though, of DNS is gone as Duda goes in, gets actually a lot of value, but with Duckdom off of the game, it just means that they have enough, and Smash, he got away from so many of the threats, and he will survive until the very end of this fight. Picks up the triple kill, 15,000 damage in the fight.
15,000 damage in a single team fight. Level 18, 11, 2, and 3.
Expiration date acquired.
Yeah. He knows how to read the back of that milk carton. Didn't panic cleanse Pyrrhix's ultimate. Didn't mess up anything. And even though the Yone ultimate found the angle, Career was ready to press R. We talked about the Lulu value long ago in draft. And Career, he certainly made good use of it. He did not have the greatest wild growth on Jarvan in that earlier Dragon fight, but besides that, and also he maybe didn't need to die in the top lane, but besides that, he played Lulu the way it needed to be played to make sure that these carries could get online and would be safe enough in the late game that they kind of just coasted to. And I guess if DNS is going to play like this, D+ kind of can just play not to lose, as we briefly discussed after game 1, and that'll be enough. I want to see something else from DNS. No more of these all-ins, no more of these early game only. I think that this team has more in them than that, and it's disappointing that they made us die with a flop here. A Smash hits 42k damage in this game. They may just go out with a whimper if they try this a third time, because D+ are clearly just not gonna get caught by it.
Yeah, D+ very solid today. It's not overwhelmingly flashy, but they're winning 2 games in a row like this. Just very solid play, not making that many mistakes, and just playing League of Legends better overall here tonight. DNS gonna have to try to figure it out if they want to make the reverse sweep happen. Otherwise, D+ Kia, the expected winner, will just go on to do exactly that, face T1 in a couple of days, but they do have to get one more win under their belt. 2-0, D+ Kia. We'll be right back.
아, 세주 때릴게, 세주 때릴게.
때려봐.
아, 세주 공 피했어, 피했어.
나 럼블 쳐볼게.
세주 노공 천천히.
앞에부터 쳐. 럼블 치는 중 좋아 여기.
천천히. 야, 요네. 아, 요네. 아, 요네 잡았다.
칼리. 강화 좀 이겨있는데 내가.
천천히. 안 빨리 매겨. 함 나와.
내 쪽.
야 빨리 줘 빨리 줘.
와봐.
뭐라고?
나 깡켰다. 나
럼블.
빨리 노플이야. 칼리
럼블.
럼블.
나 잡아줄게.
바텀 가 끝났다.
오케이 나이스. 아니 바로 때 내가 아니 괜찮아야 된다.
많다.
The 18,000 gold lead. Not often you come back from this point. Happens, but not often.
Well, they're just gonna send it, and you see that, yeah, he's not getting out of this one. Diablo's gonna go down, and so will Bigla. They're just trying their best, but they're too far behind. Clear is also gonna get flashed on, as they'll give another kill. A Quadra, actually, over to them, as Kellen says, you know what? I'll give you the Penta. I'll give you the Penta. And now he's kind of running, I don't know.
Just trying to mop up the mess in the top lane. Raptor moves in. Carrier is there with pace, but the hook is going to go wide. Fire kick comes on through as well, but it is Raptor taking a lot of damage. Now the subjugate comes on through and they turn onto Vikla. He goes between worlds, getting comboed down and will be taken out. It takes a while, but he eventually does go down.
앞에 봐줄래? 천천히 내가 빌게.
There's the counter strike. They land on top of Kellen, but he is not the primary target. And Clear getting into that backline. Down goes Pace, and without the Inara, there is so much damage missing. And now it's Diablo's turn. Flashes out of the counter strike, and Faker is going to get mopped up as well. It should be a triple as he dashes after Faker to pick it up. And I think he cannot be stopped.
Close the gap. Not going to be easy against the Olympia, but they do have, that wall pretty nice, but not going to totally block them off. They're going straight for Smash. There's a ton of damage just going, but they do not take him down finally. There's the burst coming out from Toby. They have a problem in their backline. The MF can't do anything, but Showmaker taking up so much.
풀려측으로 맞췄네 앞에.
그러니까 그거는 진짜 큰일 날 뻔했는데 그냥
무조건 풀센 달리긴 했었는데.
말아야 되는데 이건 너무 잘했다.
You know, 2,000 gold behind this Ashe, and then he's like, maybe I can play this. Maybe I can play this. I got 3 items right now. I'm on 2. Rich comes in, he barriers and tries his best.
Okay, do we think that DRX can kill Lucid with 4 people? I mean, Showmaker's going to come on over and make it a little bit uneven as Lucid flashes out of the way, gets a big ol' heal, as in goes Yukao, deals an encore, which is a fair bit of value, and there's the Grim Deliverance, triple immediately for Chiu, and is this now the DRX comeback as Showmaker gets dashed on and eliminated?
You have to play differently without flashes, right? They can't push an advantage as much without them. But also, yes, I get your point.
Okay, we got a stun here onto the rise, but Raptor's still going in. Closer was moving forward. Now he's got Pilchik here as the kick does come out. And that is going to put an end to the trade. Raptor also still having his... Oh, he's going back in! And that is a sick play from Raptor. Now he's able to flash away, and there's nothing that Pilchik can do.
That was slick from Raptor. Raptor finishing the Eclipse as well. Has that one-item spike that I think DNS was doing quite ready for. Disrespected a little bit.
This has to mean the world to you. This has to be top priority. Legends never
If yesterday was the day that DNS flipped heads on a lot of the coin flips, today it's D+ flipping a lot of heads as they go up 2-0 on the back of several close plays that could have gone either way. It goes the way of D+ Kia, and now they're in control of this series, and things are going the way that the analysts said it would. Either 3-0 or a catastrophe, and it looks really good right now.
Yeah, this is sort of the way of the 50-50. You know, the smaller the sample size, the more likely it is to have a few go in the same way. But as you increase said sample size, it all tends to equalize. A little bit unfortunate, but I think that D+ are just playing way better than we were expecting. And honestly, Smash is so good at this video game, Woori.
Yeah,
It's very good.
I mean, let's talk about the draft because DNS, they had the clear plan that they really want to just end the game earlier because they have Rumble, they have Yone, Sejuani on the mid lane, they have Kalista Renata. Like, everyone could see that DNS really want to end the game early, but the issue begins with the second Drake because, like, just Lucid smised the Drake and stole the Drake. And that was the issue where, like, DNS had to kind of stumble around because they didn't manage to get the Drakes earlier.
Yeah, and I do want to also kind of echo what the casters said during the draft as well. The Kalista Renata kind of made me sick because you are all-inning. You're all-inning on we have to win in the mid-game, and you don't necessarily have winning lanes. We've seen Cassante actually do decently well into the Rumble. Ryze has obviously just got
pushing
more
lane
range than the Yone, so that lane's not going to quite work out. And it's the Sejuani in the jungle. You're not exactly going to be able to augment that with a bunch of extra damage, even if you do have the permafrost value. They needed to find skirmishes early, and they just didn't. They could have played Jinx Lulu. It would have been fine.
They could have had a little bit more scaling. Now, here at the LCK, we always give the shout out to production, and this time it's going to our main man, Yundo, or better known as Christopher Yundlin, because look at this one with our first highlight here at the Rift Herald.
So, okay, after the Rift Header, they could just fully commit for the fight. He had 2-man's Q3 with Yone, but he didn't ult here. But he didn't ult here. His top laner was TPing in the right moment as well, so the Sejuani ulti socked by Lucid perfectly, and then after that moment they were like, okay, we have to fight because it looked good, but in fact, it was not. And they had the one last chance on Smash here, but look at Smash!
Mid-ult, by the way.
The reaction time! He pressed the ultimate, but he saw the Yone ulti, so he just flashed right away, and he survives, and the fight is over.
God, I just want to say, Yundo is incredible at his job, but DK also just completely outplaying. Like you were saying, there were so many buttons that were mishandled, but also a lot that just got no value at all. The Glacial Prison being buffered by Lucid so beautifully, certainly that was an outplay, right? Lucid played that extraordinarily well, but if they had have caught Smash, it could have been a very different story.
But just have one clear pre-plan. Like, if they knew that they're gonna take the fight, then I think Closer is gonna just trigger the ultimate, and then you can chain CC with the Sejuani ulti, and then you can equalizer over the top. But they were like, oh, we hit the skill, can we go? Maybe, I don't know. Like, there's no any coordinations between those players.
So after this play, DNS were able to get a couple of picks and a Baron, but then yet another highlight play coming out of Smash.
Look at everything that was thrown at him, by the way. Wild Growth, Cleanse, McHale's, absolutely everything goes down to 33 health. And because of that, gets to walk away. Yes, they managed to get the kill onto Showmaker, but it's just not enough. They've already overextended.
Yeah, I think it was kind of last moment they could actually bounce back from this game, but this was just so huge from DK. Like, that 33 HP surviving was just so crucial.
Yeah, and if you thought that, like what you said in the draft, where you just can't reach the back line with this short-range all-in composition, you get one more heaping of that at the final attempt here in the last fight at 36 minutes. This game getting dragged out. And it was, again, a close attempt, but there's so many ways to cleanse the CC, especially if that first one doesn't land here.
Yeah, and it was so close to hitting Smash as well. I actually thought that it was kind of it was almost a gimme for good old Pyoshik there, but then Smash misses his ulti, and that's the only thing that he misses in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, he still has GA up, and he still got every summoner spell, but look at Chiu, how he plays the Cassante for the backline. So, right now, they're killing their front lines first, right? So, the point is you should never die after you engage. Like, you perfectly managed to survive after he got the aggro from 4-man, and that was just clean team fight from DK overall.
Yep, just immediately goes in, gets the CC down, buys as much space as he can, and then exits without falling. Beautifully done. Honestly, this felt a little bit like when they were circling the drain. At the start of this fight, I was like, oh wow, they almost got the Aphelios, but then you realize he's got a GA anyway. It was kind of just doomed.
So many huge plays here by D plus Kia. I do want to shout out that DNS had the early game lead in game 1, found a great couple of picks in game 2 that led to the Baron, so they have been trying to make macro plays, but the micro right now has been on point for D plus Kia. They're on match point 2-0. Let's see if it's a sweep or if DNS can come back.
Thank you very much, guys, as we're getting ready for game number 3. Everybody trying to book that ticket to Hong Kong, as we had a wonderful video in the break highlighting just that. Still trying to figure out which teams are going to make it there.
This guy came
some of them
from Pohang, pretty far away.
You ever been to Pohang?
Have I?
You ever eat budae there?
I might have, actually, a long time ago. It's been so long. I think I have. I think I have eaten budae in Pohang before.
Wow.
But that's all I know. Like, I think that did happen, but I don't remember if it was good or not.
It probably was. DNS going to pick second.
This is
here.
smart. I like to see that Odin and Gung are trying to keep the players in high spirits here. The deeper you go into Fearless, counter pick matters a lot, especially since, you know, some of those big first picks are gone. And having counter pick when the compositions get a little bit more wonky can sometimes just be enough to get you an early lead. Please no dive draft this time. Please something with some longevity. Trust these players. Pioshik won it late yesterday on the Fury, but I still don't think I want to see the Fury here. Because DNS have been a team that surprisingly have had decent macro, have had some late game plays with Duckdom. They get out of the early lane pretty well. Peter and Duckdom are great in the bottom lane. Closer's a very strong laner. Dudu, obviously, it's his year, right?
It is.
But I've been left feeling a little bit robbed in this series, as D+ are just looking like the better team.
Yeah,
they also have the better tools.
Ooh, Yorick ban. Yeah, the fight between the year of Dudu and the year of Vikla. You know, I thought it was said and done. Like I thought Dudu had won it, and he had won it for good. And I'm like, yes, okay, it's definitely the year of Dudu. And then B&K beat T1. And then we're like, oh, I guess it's not the year of Dudu anymore. Kennen also going to be banned away because the Yorick gets banned, and the Yorick we've seen have a lot of fun.
It can be multiple people's years, by the way, at the same time.
No.
Yes, it can.
That's not the way this works.
Well, it's the year of the horse. Does that mean Team Liquid wins Worlds?
I don't
know.
Thing. That's totally separate from this.
Ahri ban, which I think is doing us a favor. No more dive comps.
I mean, at least Ahri can do a little bit of both, and you know, Closer is very good at the champ. I think it's okay. Very importantly, though, a lot of OP stuff is being left up. Pantheon, Varus.
And Varus, and also really important. I like this ban. If you get the Varus, it looks like it's a Renekton angle here for Dudu with the Kennen ban that we see here. With Gnar available, though, it is pretty risky. Maybe, in fact, he goes for the other side of things and tries to play the Gnar. We've thinned out the mid pool a little bit. Orianna's banned. They take the Aurora over the Varus, which I find to be a little bit surprising. Especially because you don't have to pick Aurora necessarily this early. As we know what Peter wants to play when we see these lock-ins.
Yeah.
It's Rakan.
Talia banned because of Fearless. Notably,
this is a classic combo.
Yunara just nowhere to be seen.
A little scary to play into Varus with a Wukong alongside. So I still think viable here. It also feels really good when you're up 2-0 in the series to fearlessly ban it here as well.
And Smash playing the way he is, where they're protecting him really well. Lee Sin going to be the choice instead of Nocturne.
Well, it definitely means that there's not an equal power level pre-6 between these two champions, like it was looking like it was going to be with a Nocturne lock-in. Where both these champions operate post-ultimate. Showmaker just looking for the blind LeBlanc, perhaps teasing all of us, but If there's one player who I trust to do it, it would be him.
You should keep your Aurora flex for as long as possible, especially because the Aurora can do very well into a lot of blind picks in the top lane.
Careers Bard was not one of our favorite picks for him thus far. You mentioned it in game 1. It is going to be a 80 carryless Bard lane. They're just saying we're going for range damage to deal with your Varus.
Is it Lee Sin Bard in the bot lane? No 80 carry?
I don't think so.
80 carryless? All right, what are we playing closer?
Or what are we playing doo-doo? It it feels obvious to pick Rakan here. It doesn't matter if you're playing into the Bard. You have the Varus. You have the Wukong for, great engages and follow-ups later on. Sivir feels so obvious here.
Yeah. Also, they have the flex Aurora, and you have last pick because you picked second pick, so you might as well just try to save your solo lanes for later.
I do think that Xayah would be a terrible choice. Super low range, and the Varus is going to outpoke you in team fights, and your ultimate, there's just already with these two champions alone too much to fly above. The Cyclone will persist. Bit of a interesting ban here on Closer's Akali. As Closer does feel like he's decided he's going to play what he wants to play in this series and not necessarily adhere to the tier list as much.
Should play Lissandra.
Now, honestly, it's a pretty good angle for it. But with the Gnar band and the Kennen band, surely it's a Renekton band here. Surely.
Yeah, I feel like you're getting a lot of value with that. Unless they are confident to flex the Aurora into it, they're just going to take away the Victor.
Closer's like, I hate playing Victor.
I was never going to play that.
Odin's like, damn it. Let's try to get Closer to play Victor. Well, it's a smart ban, I think, for the comp. Although if you're a Closer enjoyer, you've been a Closer enjoyer since his time as a trainee on T1. Probably not feeling too worried about that one. Do see the Jhin Bard setup here with the Aurora.
Like, that's not my champion.
I still think this lane is going to do fine. The question becomes, is it Aurora into Renekton for insane spacing, or what is Xiu gonna lock up here? Is he just gonna go Sion? I really hope not.
Might just be on tank duty looking at this team.
If you go Sion, there's a lot of early game power here in this DNS draft. He's going Aurora.
They're just gonna flex it. It's a very slippery, high damage composition here from D+Kia.
Do we like the Lissandra?
Very difficult to play.
Or do we just go Galio, I suppose?
Lissandra definitely would have been a bit more damage. Galio is certainly a wombo combo plus safety.
It is going to be Pioshik Peter tested like they have been tested many times before this tournament with this draft, because the engage has to be crisp. The Jhin is immobile, but there's a lot you're going to have to go through, and if you lose control of this map in the mid game, Showmaker will find you, he will kill you. Your Rakan is not safe, your Galio is not safe, your Wukong is not safe.
Celestial opposition game.
It is an unreal amount of fear you're going to have, because also, Jhin can follow up on this Lee Sin, on this LeBlanc from anywhere. You cannot lose map control. So even though this isn't the same type of all-in draft or early game draft here in this third game for BNK, and it plays a lot more around the VAR as well in the late game, it kind of feels to me like it's a similar vein. It's a different angle, but if you lose early, you lose late into this draft here for D+. And with the Renekton setup, the Wukong, and the Rakan, they do have the tools to kill the Jhin. But what about everything else? What about the Bard ultimate, the Tempered Fate that could ruin everything you're trying to do? Jhin being so far away, and Showmaker's flank angles. You better hope you got good vision, and you don't ever let it go.
We'll have to see if they can manage it, or if D+Kia go on to another sweep here in game number 3.
Got him.
GG. Game number 3 started, and Showmaker already makes his intentions very clear. He is going to attack the enemy champions, and probably also the enemy minions. Perhaps some objectives along the way. But yeah,
they hit a ward or two.
Yeah, true. this comp for D+Kia, at least this time around, I feel like it's the most difficult comp they've had to play. You know, like I feel like the first couple of games they've played, it's been like, okay, we have scaling, we have comfort, we just wait, and we just play better League of Legends and team fight, and we just eventually win comfortably. This time around, doesn't feel like they have all of those outs. They can absolutely go, you know, crazy style and just outplay DNS and win early, late.
Yeah, no,
early, mid, and late.
Allow me to blur the lines a little bit, kind of like the D+ player names.
Okay.
And while I do agree with you, she was playing Aurora. Pentakill on this champion. Lucid is playing Lee Sin. Showmaker, LeBlanc, sounds like comfort to me, all right? That sounds like one of his favorite and best of all time. And yeah, Smash, take it or leave it on the Jhin. He's played a few decent games of this pick. I'd say
Career?
Smash and Career are the two that are not comfort on this one.
Yeah.
But
the two young guys kind of being forced to play the setup lane.
I do think that when you look at the top side here, it doesn't get more D+ than this. So I think the execution should be there. The Bard is the part that makes me a little bit more nervous. And like you said, Smash on the Jhin, you know, it's not bad at this champion. It's just not necessarily the Smash type of play style that we've come to know and love.
It's not Ezreal. It's not Zeri. And Luce is playing Lee Sin. This has a undefeated streak going. 4 of the games has been Pioshik. 1 of them has been Lucid. So not his first time playing it here at the LCK Cup, and certainly knows how to get the value out of it.
I think it was Raptor who denied it from Pioshik in that win that he had. On his way to the upper bracket.
Pioshik gonna find a friend who's not very friendly.
Otherwise known as an enemy.
Yeah.
A non-allied combatant. And he's level 3, Wukong. So he's not looking to have a lot of ganking power, but I don't think that Lucid really wants to fight with him 1v1 over the Scuttle, so it will go to him. In this bottom lane, you layer as much poke as you can as the Varus, but your Rakan isn't going to necessarily be able to get his sustained value when you're laying into the Bard. Bard is ranged. Very annoying. Because Rakan is, like, you know, ambiguous about whether he's ranged or melee. Sejuani says melee.
He is ranged, technically. But yeah, he's also got some ranged. He has 1 ranged ability.
It's like Thresh, you know, it's just a little ambiguous. It's like it's a melee
also
attack,
ranged.
It's like a melee attack, though.
It's a melee weapon, but it has very long range.
Yeah.
You know? Exactly. It's a nice little punch from Closer. He's in another one of these lanes where he's playing melee into a very annoying ranged champion.
Closer has definitely pulled out the confidence in these picks today, where he is just simply not going to back down and playing against one of our really strong laning mid laners in Showmaker is always a tough ask, but he was able to weather the storm in game 2. Here, debatable thus far at a small CS deficit, but not going to lose anything too big here. Both mid laners have already TP'd. He's going to take a reset now, start to get some of that MR online. It's no Magic Mantle. This is unfortunate for Dudu. You know, he wanted to play the Renekton, and he banned the Gnar, they banned the Kennen, and she was just like, I'm playing Aurora, lol.
I mean, that was always available. They first picked Aurora. It was like, well, they can flex it. And he's like, well, I'm going to play Renekton anyway. And I do think that Renekton is generally okay, as long as you're not playing into, you know, Kennen or Gnar. The Aurora, I think, can certainly get punished, especially if Pioshik eventually does go out to the top side.
Okay, now they have a lot of bot prio, and Lucid is Lee Sin, so he's like, Wukong is not going to make the same impact I am. Might even find an angle here. Instead, just going to interact with Pioshik.
Yeah. Got the clone. And Pioshik not even going to smite that, actually.
The Maker gets taunted, but the chain will keep Closer at bay. Pretty quiet early game.
Yeah.
Very silent GGG Global Park as we move through this one.
Yeah, really, it's just 400 gold lead in the top lane, and that is about it. A lot of trading down on the bottom side. Also, our junglers are fighting in the river, and Career's going to have to flash once again here early on in the trading.
Yeah, and the heal is not worthless either. Getting a little bit of health back. And we'll continue to put that pressure on now with the flashless Bard. The pressure may turn here on the bottom side.
Scuttle, very important.
He is not going to be able to get 6 off this, I don't think. It is very close.
We're still going to essentially go all in for it as the binding not going to hit. There's the Galio. Career does not have flash, but he does have a magical journey. Closer says, we are killing this guy. If it's the last thing I do, as Peter picks up the kill.
He has been quite bloodthirsty this season, and he will pick up the kill, but because of the way this eventuated, they're not able to turn into a Drake right away. So the fact that he killed that or got the kill there is actually pretty significant in terms of where the gold goes, because that's all they get. They deny the dragon. They got the Scuttle Crab, but could have been better. Closer is going to be fine here, but level 6 is now going to be on the cards for Pyosik as he clears this top side. Red buff. And the Renekton is still 500 gold behind, but it almost feels that's the limit here. Watch this fight one more time. It's a little bit broken up, but when you look at how D+ want to play this, they just don't have any damage threats and Smash on the wrong side of the fight. So it's really easy for Peter to set the engage, and he has a Galio to follow up, and because there's no flash here for Career, he just dies. Showmaker is like, there's too many, I'm too low, I can't actually save you here. If he's playing a different champion that has a little bit more CC, you know, maybe he could try to peel there and offer some damage even at low health, but he's not going to distort his way into a second death for D+. Makes the right call, and Career's early flash loss comes back to bite him. However, it's a Rakan with a 600 gold lead, so I don't know how much it really matters. Because they still didn't get Dragon.
Yeah. You know, early first item for the supports. Maybe you can get some more control wards, etc. But you're not getting your carries very far ahead. You would have loved to have that kill probably on the Wukong. I think he might have hit level 6 as well, but he's level 6 now, and I'm curious about where he's going to send that first ult. We got to see some of the synergy that DNS has in their composition, which is quite simple. You know, it can lack damage at times, but the wombo combo nature of it can blow up a target regardless, where you've got Wukong and Rakan, obviously, but then the Galio on top of it for even just that extra safety and follow-up CC.
You really do have to go incredibly deep later on, though, if D+ have a setup. And they didn't really have one there because Smash was cut off from the rest of the team. And so they kind of get a freebie there, so to speak. Also, Career not having Flash. So I kind of look at this game state and feel like, okay, DNS, they got step 1. Well, we need to see the Dragon. And now we're going to look for that fight here. They are still without their Galio ultimate. So this is a really tough one to play out until that's ready here for Closer in a few seconds. 8 on the clock.
Pyosik is all about these Scuttle Crabs. He's been playing for every single one big time. Same for Lucid as well. Just that Pyosik has been here a little bit earlier. He's been able to get position. He's also had more help from his bottom lane, which obviously does help, as Dudu just going to Dominus here to clear the wave and survive. But the damage comes in. The flash forward is going to force Dudu to flash away. Nice pressure here from Xiu. As now Showmaker does come over, tries to punish as in goes Lucid. Just going to get goldened up here as the Galio does make his way in. Lucid has to flash out.
Feels kind of favorable here for DNS, as Dudu also has TP. He's going to use it to go back to the top lane, interestingly, which gives a ton of agency to Xiu if they wanted to continue this play on the bottom side. Lucid flashless, and DNS are going to take their opportunity here to look for Dragon. Showmaker going to back a little bit low on mana, and will TP into the pit. They're going for this.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, just going to have to try to get the Drake and get out, it looks like. Lucid is in here, but the smite is good from Pyosik. Cycloning just to try to get away. The disengage code comes in, and Lucid gets punished for it. And now Closer able to bully Showmaker out of position. They want more. As, you know, with the TP coming in, looks like it got interrupted somehow, and now Career is in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to flash, but the follow-up is there and should be very easy. A kill goes over to Pyosik, and this time DNS, a very solid early lead going their way.
Yeah, last time when they got the kill onto Career, it felt like a minuscule, almost fake lead. But this time they get not only the Dragon, but the follow-up win in the team fight. As I think you're right, I think Dudu did interrupt the TP. And so that was the advantage that they had when Dudu decided to TP top lane, because he was in base. And it would have been a very heavy cost had he TP'd into the fight and made a low impact, and then the Aurora was given extra agency. So watch this fight again. Showmaker backed, and actually...
Oh, Showmaker's TP.
Yeah, Showmaker's TP. It's actually Shiu just TP to the top lane. Yeah. I was looking at this fight here, looking at Smash trying to enter on low mana. Closer is blocking Showmaker's entry here. Lucid gets trolled by the Blast Cone, which is really unfortunate.
That's
because
one of the most troll Blast Cones I've ever seen.
There's no way for him to really, you know, outplay that, I guess. I mean, could have just not made the aggressive play in the first place, but you need to win something on this fight.
Yeah.
Career?
Looks like someone was going for a little ward walk. And unfortunately, the Bard continues to be an issue here for Career. Now Dudu going in onto Shiu, just trying to bully him as much as possible with the Dominus.
The flash trade earlier, I think, kind of favors Dudu a little bit, allows him to make plays like this. And he's not going to kill the Aurora, but he's not going to be killed by the Aurora either, and can close the gap with his Dominus when he has Fury on those minions and play around it a little bit there with waves like that. As the Ghost Blade is done for Duckdom and for Smash. We don't know what soul it's going to be just yet in this game, but it's a very late first dragon. And Career here is on a ward.
Oh no. Oh no.
He's like, I have Magical Journey, I'm fine. They can't take that. Oh, wait, you told me they can take that? Oh yeah, they did take it last time I died as well.
When he was in there like warding and stuff, I was already like, oh no, that's too deep. Oh, I can see how he gets caught. And then he blast cones over the wall into them.
Not a good day for blast cone haters, eh, Valdez?
Yeah, I mean, at least the one on the bottom side was funny. Also, this one from Career was just a big mistake. Like, he was trying to be a proactive blast coner. He was trying to win my heart, but instead kind of did the opposite.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a Bard issue. We talked about his Bard play leaving us a little bit underwhelmed. He is 0-3 right now, but I feel like some of those stuff could happen with any support. His Closer may have to flash.
Yeah, Closer is going to just flash away from that one. At least avoided the first set of chains, but...
Ooh, Pyoshik.
This is the potential punish.
Flashless
when you have a Renekton
Aurora
in the lane. He's got Between Worlds, but can it get away from them? As Pyoshik's going to go in, there's the Cyclone. The Between Worlds does come out as Pyoshik once more going to dodge the Sonic Wave. Continuing to fight as Dudu went back to the wave. But now we got a Galio coming in. And Showmaker is here as well. As they're going in, they got TP. A very wonky back and forth fight.
It's TP from Duckdom. And they're just going to say, well, that's how we secure grubs. That was the plan all along.
We just wanted the grubs. Peter just going to flash and miss everything. Very nice kick does come in. And Tempered Fate, not going to do all too much. Kind of just delays DNS, and Duckdom in a rough spot. That's a nice pick. Going over to Showmaker is now Closer in a rough spot himself, waiting for that Sonic Wave to come in as... yeah, kind of just living inside the wall there. Not sure what happened. Maybe got bound up.
Yeah, I got a little funky there, but coordination a little bit missing on this one for DNS. It doesn't hurt all too bad, but Duckdom loses his flash, he dies. Doesn't have his TP, which isn't always the biggest deal on an AD carry, but D+ gets so much map control over this. They get a plate top side, Showmaker's getting a plate bottom side.
Showmaker got the kill as well.
And like, this here should have been fine, but due to misreads where Shiu was going, not expecting the rotation up. I think if he just goes down right away, he has Empowered W, and he clears this wave. So he doesn't actually have his Empowered W for Lucid here. So he's just kind of like, Renekton, no buttons.
And Closer goes back in.
Yeah, Closer goes back in as they're retreating, and then the TP comes in late for Duckdom. And then Peter tries to make the heroic flash play over the Q, and then just misses.
Just misses him.
And then the Tempered Fate stops a fallout from the Chains of Corruption here for Duckdom, and it's just a big disaster here for DNS. Like, they just wanted to kill the Aurora, and instead it just ended up being a really, I don't know, cacophony of errors and small misplays, and D+ get a small advantage as a result. I mean, we're still looking at an even gold lead here, but it's the map control that I said you really shouldn't give away. The kill they gave away to the LeBlanc that I'm most concerned about here for DNS. It's not the end of the world, but it could be the beginning of the end of the world, you know, if I'm Chicken Little here.
Yeah.
Sky may be falling.
You are Chicken Little. After all, we have confirmed that. And DNS, they want to make sure they get the second Drake. I think now, you know, Luden's just finished up for Showmaker. He's already getting pretty scary, especially laning against Dudu's Renekton, who can't do anything, right? Like, that's good laning setup here from the side of D plus Kia, especially around this Drake, which they would love to get this Infernal.
This is on a flank.
Yeah.
This is really frustrating for DNS because they don't have any control.
Okay, they're just going on in. They're going to try to catch Duck Dom here.
A little bit early, though.
I guess. Going in onto Lucid now, but he is Lee Sin. And we are really sending it. This time they're going to use everything and try to kill the Lee Sin. I'm not even sure they can, although Lucid kind of runs out of dashes. And he will eventually go down.
I'm not sure what Odin told DNS about Lucid, but they really don't like him today.
The whole day. Especially the Xin Zhao game was just ridiculous. Closer, going to be rooted up basically forever. Lots of pick in this DK composition. But they're not going to... thinking about trying to go for Closer here. A little bit of ticking damage there on the backside, but it's actually a Chemtech Soul.
Overall, ends up being pretty nice here for DNS. They get the kill onto the Lee Sin eventually. They do enough damage to secure the Dragon, and then they escape with Closer despite his lack of flash. And then suddenly, Dudu gets a free turret. And Dudu has evened up the CS. He was very significantly behind in the early game, now has a tiny lead here in this one. And to talk about how it all breaks out, it's very weird because this is very early here from Career as she was trying to get in but cannot actually get onto Duck Dom because Duck Dom is pushing with his team towards Showmaker. Then Peter decides, okay, we're going for the Lee Sin. Duda follows up with his W, gets the stun. Lucid does not have sums. He gets taken out. His mobility is gone. They get the Dragon. They get the turret. Well, actually, it looks like he has one plate left. Dudu nearly gets the turret, but a lot of money there on the bottom side. And so DNS... precarious lead. Is that, can I say that? Precarious lead.
You can say that.
Yeah, it's a
whether it makes sense
lead.
or not, I don't know.
It's a lead that you can quantify, but you don't really trust.
Yeah. It feels a little bit dangerous, you know. You just,
you know, when that
getting bullied now.
You know when that guy Alex, I don't know what his last name is, climbed the Taipei building. He recently. Sorry, what was it?
I don't know.
Anyway,
I think it starts with H. Honnold?
Something like that.
Honnold.
He climbed the building, and you're happy for him, but you're like, all right, now get down. That's kind of how I feel about DNS right now.
Very precarious building climb.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, look, you guys accomplished that team fight. It was a little bit messy. You got the kill, you got the Dragon, but let's play safe.
I mean, I like how they're actually upping the tempo. Their turn is absolutely bonkers. Now, DK, they have a lot of ways to get away from the turn, but, you know, it's been a little bit scary, especially with DNS just kind of losing their mind on every engage. They're throwing everything, and the chicken sink. Chicken sink? thinking about Chicken Little still. It's like still there on the prompter a little bit.
Peter had flash and ult and cleanse also to close the gap on anybody trying to go through the banana brush there to contest. Plus the Wukong follow-up would have been real. I think D+ made the right call to back away and allow the Herald to go over. There's only one plate of turret left in the bottom side for Dudu. If he can get a wave stacked up there, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it here. It's healthy enough. But the mid lane is where the Herald should be dropped when we get closer to Dragon time. Still 5 plates available there. And this Jhin, 0-0-1, has a lot of win cons to be potentially set up here if D+ can get back that map control, but they weren't able to hold on to it. Xiu is actually going to get engaged on.
He has flash, but the stuns are coming through. You can see that they're playing for it. The flash comes out, and Xiu just barely going to die to the Cyclone. Dudu tanking up the turret perfectly in a nice little set play. They get the Aurora in the side lane. DNS making plays here in this mid game.
And now with 2 minutes until the Dragon, this means they get the bottom turret. And now they can Herald through mid. They'll still have their Cyclone back up. They're going to be very set to look for a fight over Soul Point here, which honestly is a really decent Soul for their composition here, the Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, it's actually excellent. It'll cut down a lot of the damage, like the execution power of LeBlanc, Lee Sin as well, and Aurora. But nice little set here.
This time, they just don't mess around with the chase. They're like, okay, get the stun, and then head to the other side. Because if he goes right, we catch him eventually. If he goes left, we're going to be ready for it. Kill goes over to Pyoshik, and they grab the turret.
Yeah, pretty nicely done. It was cool to watch Dudu as well play around the outside of the vision. Like he pretended he backed, went back into the brushes, and Xiu just essentially missed it.
He didn't expect it.
Yeah, he did react immediately, but, you know, there's only so much he could do once he gets jumped there. So now this Aurora that got flexed into the top lane. It started off good, but you know, not necessarily having the value they were hoping for, potentially.
Also, Dudu is about to have flash advantage in the side lane as well, so there's some playmaking ability, actually. And Pioshik has his ult back up. He's wrapping around once again. I think the real prize here is going to be this Dragon. They can hit this Crystalline Overgrowth, which they cannot. The Herald is an even bigger threat if they drop it for Drake Prio. Lucid is just going to hang out, wait for his teammates to rejoin. Shio will have his ult up. This could be a game-deciding fight if DNS win it cleanly and grab this ult point. For D+, you really have to deal with a lot. You're juggling a lot, and you don't have the map control to look for a LeBlanc flank. Showmaker just kind of has to cut straight through the center here and look for damage onto anyone who gets caught, any single target he can find. There's no Edge of Night for Duckdom. Yeah. He is the primary target, to put it plainly.
Yeah, he definitely is, especially with starting off the Hollow Radiance here for closer. Not going to be easy for Showmaker to chunk out the Galio. Although Lucid can do a number to him.
They do get the Prio away here, and I think that Herald needs to be considered to be dropped by Pioshi. It looks like he wants to team fight Herald instead. Showmaker.
Little Kanavi action. And Showmaker's going to get away, but any time where Showmaker's not getting big chunks onto squishy targets just means the LeBlanc isn't getting a huge amount of value before the fight begins.
Playing through this Banana Brush control really well, too. Showmaker just cannot get access anymore. She was going to clear this wave, which means he can rejoin. Dudu probably going to take his ult up pretty soon. Peter also with flash and ult, just denying any entry here on the left side.
Yeah.
Showmaker's out.
Just playing it slow. Is DNS waiting for DK to go? And look at Shiu, he's already basically dead. Has to ult away. Showmaker also half health. And the Renekton just standing there menacingly makes DK have to run away. They want to get some more here as Career just going to flash out of this one. The chains will land on a Peter, but he will absolutely take that trade.
Yeah, Peter's very happy with this. Grabbing another flash from Career. He's just been robbing him all game long. And they get the Dragon, I don't want to say for free, because they earned it through a slow, methodical deny of the entry from Showmaker, as this is a miss.
Nice try, actually. The kick is going to land on the Duckdom, but the Sonic Wave is not, as Duckdom still holding onto his flash. Lucid alone in the back line, nobody able to help him. As the TP does come in, at least DK got that away from DNS. But DNS going to have the Rift Herald as well. You mentioned he was holding on to that, and just looking to take out the mid-tier 1.
They really held that Herald forever, but they get so much out of it after getting the Dragon. I gotta give credit to Smash. He hits the root as the kick finishes. Like, he does his job. He's ready for that. But as you mentioned, Lucid's Sonic Wave doesn't hit. They needed that to get the follow-up, to have that extra damage.
Did they just get Baron?
I think so. Unless Showmaker can make something happen here with Flash and ult on the Duckdom, who still has his Flash. He's playing to the backside of Baron, though. And as Chronicler will often tell you, it doesn't do good things for your MR.
Yeah, you can see the Jhin going to open up the curtains here. She was being zoned away, but the Jhin alone is not going to be able to steal this Baron. As the smite comes through, Dudu might have to pay for it. As the Galio looking to help him out. And we have the backs already coming in.
Duckdom almost has his TP back. They could actually really turn this if D+ overextend.
You can see that they're actually considering something, but I think now Closer getting kicked out might not be enough. The re-engage kind of half-hearted here from the set of DNS. Shiu might be a little bit of a bonus kill, although Shiu is gifted the shutdown onto Peter. And now we have the golden onto Duckdom, who is just looking to aim the long-range missile. Not going to hit there.
Oof, for DNS, that feels painful. They were really trying to play around that Varus TP back in. You could really feel that. But it was just a few seconds too late. Still, they secure the Baron. It's not all nothing for them, as this is a kick into Oops. The root hits from Smash as well. Just you feel Career's also on it. You're like, one missed opportunity there. And then we grab the Herald, crash in, Crystalline Overgrowth. And Duckdom just stays here. He's like, all right, you guys are going to tank it up for me. We need my damage to do the Baron to secure this, which is realistic. They do get it. And then we see the empowered recall. He's not interrupted.
Very close.
Very close. And now they're like, okay, your TP's up in like 11 seconds? Let's try to slow play this and see if we can get something out of it, because Dudu also needs his health back. And look at how low everyone on D+ is. When he shows up, when his TP is finally unlocked, he can get back in here. D+ are just, they're aware of it, right? They're playing slow, they're playing away from it. Shio also has this sick play here. Gets over the wall. Pyosik has to flash to follow, so he gets a ton of space bought there into the Wukong. And the final shot from DuckDom does not quite connect onto Career. I still think DNS are in a good position, but I think they were so close to actually practically hard winning the game at that moment. Just things did not line up. D+ had a good defensive play there post Baron.
Yeah. Well, Pyosik feels like the first time Showmaker has really found a target and done his combo to someone. But it's Wukong who has his Gromp up and the Rift Scuttler, so not really going to be very high value, but got to continue to do that if you are a Showmaker and you want to have some sort of impact in this game with his 2 items. But you can see that DNS playing heavily around this Drake that's coming up. They're not trying to go for any big Baron pushes this early on in the game. They got the mid-tier 1, and that's about it. Just a small Baron power play. But decent vision around this objective for D+ Kia. They have 3 wards, 4 wards in the group down there.
50 seconds between this Soul and a potential defense here for D+. Baron is gone. We look at the items around the map, you know, 80 carries on item parity, very close there. It's really the Wukong that has a big item advantage. And the Renekton, I suppose, as well, having that extra component in his inventory, but it's not really anything to write home about. It's just that D+ seemingly cannot get Showmaker into a position to kill DuckDom. Like, DuckDom has died once this game, but he's just so inherently safe. They have the Mikhails for him, and the longer it takes him to find targets, the more poke damage he gets done.
At least he doesn't have flash.
That's true.
There's a lot of flashes down here on the side of DNS. Really only Peter has his.
And DNS can bail from this if they don't like what it looks like, but I don't think they're going to with the positioning of Dudu right now with the TP flank. He is wrapping around. They see him, but this is really going to mess up the setup for D+. They're going to have to collapse, and they're going to have to collapse quickly.
Yeah, trying to get on top of this Renekton. No easy feat with the Galio coming in. They're going to find, it looks like Smash over there, or no, it's actually Showmaker in a lot of trouble, and they're just able to CC chain him. And that's going to be the end of the LeBlanc, and maybe just Chemtech Soul over here for DNS.
Career tried his best to try to save him, but now he doesn't have his ultimate either in a 4v5.
Well, now Career's trying to engage. You can feel the desperation here for D+ Kia. The curtain's about to end on this 4th shot.
Shio is the only one who really has agency here, and he's just zoned away.
Well, Lucid tries to go on in. It's just going to be a flip, but the smite is good to Pyosik, and they get the kill onto Lucid. As the Wog comes through, and Shio is just dead as well. D+ Kia, this difficult composition is looking very difficult to play, especially from this far behind. And DNS just kind of press all their buttons together and do stuff like that. They take out Career, who didn't have his flash. And now with Chemtech Soul, this game is looking all but theirs.
Unfortunately for Career, I don't know if he's ever really had his flash this game. As Smash is going to be the next target here as they siege the turret. A little bit too far. A bit of a step over the line.
He's getting excited, you know. He's testing his limits a little bit.
Well, I gotta say, that flank from Dudu was pretty massive. That was what forced D+ to kind of try to kite back and get the collapse onto him, but he's Renekton, is difficult to kill. But Showmaker is caught, you know. He was the one trying to set up his own flank, his own aggressive position. He loses that. And he's looking for an aggressive position here as well, a level down on closer, with some friends coming over.
I don't think this TP from DuckDom... Okay, they're actually full... Okay. Well,
sometimes you send it.
I guess the TP from DuckDom was actually perfect. And
if Showmaker's not aware of it, it feels high value.
I guess so. Just, yeah.
So, just like that, and by just like that, I mean, like, I don't know, about 8 to 12 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Series on our hands, Valdez, and I'm looking forward to seeing what else DNS have, because this is the kind of scrappy gameplay, playing through Duckers a little bit, you know, trusting Peter's Rakan, a classic. They get the Rakan Wukong. They got counterpicked with the Renekton, and
it's also
they're looking good anyways.
It's a nice setup dive comp when there's not like 17 tools on the enemy team. No Lulu, no Ezreal, none of this, you know, Giga Peel comp from the side of D+ Kia. It's much more difficult to actually get away from Rakan Wukong, as looks like we're just trying to take the Baron down here. Lots of damage done to DuckDom though, as Maybe this is where DNS dropped the ball. It's getting pretty close, but the smite is good, and Lucid is just going to be zoned away. Although the kick does go down onto Peter, and they get that kill. Smash looking for a little bit more.
Time to exit.
Yeah. Pioshik pretending that he was a clone, and might just die. I think he has CA though, and the damage is coming through on Career. I think the wallets are just too heavy for DNS, and D plus Kia desperate to get something after the Baron goes away.
Pioshik hitting, by the way, like every close smite that matters in this game. If so many of these went just a little awry, it would not have Chemtech Soul, would not have the Baron, and DNS get the big win here as he outplays as well with a fake clone. And I think, you know, I was kind of maybe slightly preemptively calling it with the series on our hands moments before, but now it really feels there is just no more in. Peter has unsealed teleport to rejoin for the push to win the game. I mean, there's only 14 seconds the respawn timer here, but when this base opens, it guarantees Elder Prio, and if anybody dies during the siege, DNS can just literally end the game right now.
Yeah.
This is effectively the game-ending play.
It's essentially what D plus Kia did in game number one.
Flank?
This is a flank that has
Congo
been
line?
seen for ages and ages, so they knew this was coming. Easy chains of corruption go down on the Lucid as he was trying to send the Hail Mary for the ages, but yeah, with the Baron still for a minute and a half, they could just go ahead and take this top inhibitor down, you would think. As she was trying to be relevant here, but not succeeding at that, as they are going to once again bully Career out and smack D+ in the face with their giant wallets and take them down here in game number 3. Looks like we do have a series on our hands. Better late than never, as DNS 14,000 gold lead. They will take a Nexus tonight and bring us to a game 4.
And isn't it such a refreshing look for DNS in this Game 3 draft? It's a refreshing look for the DN Freaks fans of last year who have watched so many games like this that felt like a foregone conclusion get totally turned on their head with bad end calls, bad sieges, aggressive plays in the base, but they play it slow, they play it clean. That one Dragon fight where they just sat there and waited and waited and waited and waited was some really clean League of Legends out of them. And DNS are showing that this is not going to be that 3-0. And if you're in the Atlas train of thought, one game loss means it's a 3-2 for DNS. I'm not ready to cash that check just yet. I'm not ready to trust that much. Yeah. But this was a very different look. And like you said, so many of those defensive tools are gone for them to continue to try to play aggressive. Pioshik has such a massive champion pool. We haven't seen the Hecarim, we haven't seen the Fury,
the Rammus,
we haven't seen the Graves or the Kindred. You know, there's a lot more League of Legends of this series left to play.
It does certainly feel that way, and maybe we do have a small chance of silver scrapes on the cards. Didn't think it was going to happen today. Well, actually, I did. That was my prediction. But anyway, I didn't think it was going to happen like
after
this.
game 2, maybe
after
nobody
game
thought
2,
so.
It was like, well, looked like this was a done deal. But now we have a series on our hands. It's 2-1. D plus Kia will be back.
리신 뚫자 그리고 나 미카엘이 앞으로 지를각 나오냐? 리신 이거 도와줘 얘들아 도와줘
오라 높여
억제기 하고
일단 더 보던지.
더 하자. 오로라 노플인데 이거 천천히 갖고 와봐도 돼.
갈리오 텔로 가라. 만화 없어.
진 궁 켜지면 봐줘.
오케이. 야 물렸다.
난 뺏고.
오히려 볼게.
더봐. 진. 아래 봐줘. 아래 봐줄게. 진 노플이야.
써보자.
나진 이거
더 빨리 와. 아 오케이.
진 볼게.
아 진 잡았다 이러면.
나이스.
끝내자.
끝내자. 라인전이 잘 됐네. 나이스야.
아 나이스. 갈리오 좋았다.
나이스.
This has to mean the world to you. This has to be top priority. Legends never die.
Winking Ari always gets me. Did you see that one? All right. Welcome back to the space. Degon here alongside the Atlantalist. And who used to be the artist formerly known as Smug Did, because he was a 3-0 predictor and trusted the easy victory. Look at that. Also roped Max into it as well. And now, after that kind of draft here, Atlas.
Yeah, I've got a few things that I want to say about this. Yeah. Maybe things don't need to be said. Maybe that's all we really need. Let's just caption that and just put what did with King Paro on his head as the entire segment. No, I saw it in the draft. I saw the moment that DK went, no, it's not about winning. Let's just ego draft. And it was at the very beginning. We saw the Aurora locked in. I was like, oh, nice. That's a good pick, right? They follow up with Varus Wukong. Varus, incredibly powerful on this patch. We've mentioned it many, many times. Wukong, decent pick, especially for Pyoshik. And then they hovered Nocturne. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, that
Aurora
is so much
Nocturne,
better.
incredible combination.
Yes.
Global presence, incredibly strong, can scale alongside. You get a free level 6, right? Up against a Wukong.
Yeah.
Beautiful matchup there. And then, you know what Lucid was like? It was like, nah. Ego draft, baby. Let's just lock in Lee Sin. And they then just locked in a whole bunch of stuff that has to win in the first 2 minutes of the game. And they didn't win in the first 2 minutes of the game and just straight up lost. There was nothing they could do. That game was a disaster.
Yeah.
And it's all from the draft. It was terrible.
I mean, it's just really hard for us to pick up some highlights. I'm not even sure if you can call it highlights.
No, we've just got low light 1. Can we go to low light 1? Do we want to bring that in, Digon? Are you okay?
Well, I mean, we didn't take anything from Bard, so I don't know what you're talking about. Take a look at our highlight number 1 here. Around the Drake, a quick catch, trying to stop Soul Point. Doesn't quite work out here for D plus Kia.
So yeah, all these clips are showing how hard to play DK's team comp. Like, what can you do, actually? Like, you cannot hit the front target because you don't have the damage. You cannot engage because you just cannot. Because if you go in, you're gonna die. So your Xiu, Aurora, he's getting zoned out by Renekton. And also, on top of that, the upper side of the team cannot also take the fight for the Soul Point. And what happens next? They're gonna just go for the fight for nothing.
Yeah, and the problem is, like, they can't they can't flank, right? Because they just don't have a good enough team composition. There's Galio in the game, right? The flank goes off and then he just throws down the ulti. They get outranged by everything. They get out team fought by everything. They have no seats. It's just a disaster. Lucid tries to get in here and there's nothing they can really do. And honestly, like, you were seeing what was unfolding and you're like, oh, but what if they did? Oh, hang on, no, there's nothing that they could do, actually. And then they lose.
Yeah, and the second clip is literally the same thing because they couldn't really do anything. So, yeah, they have to try something.
And look, they caught Dudu on a flank. But there's Galio!
But, like, look at the HP! Yes, you landed the good Bard ulti, but where's the damage? Where's the damage? Varus is shooting over the wall, and, like, there's nothing you can do. Maybe you can kill Rakan. No, he's gonna jump over the wall. And now, there's nothing. Like, literally, I cannot see any window or angle from DK from this side. Like, it's really impossible. Unwinnable draft, I would say.
And I think that, like, if they had have managed to snowball and they had, like, a 5,000 gold lead at 8 minutes in the game, then yeah, I think they could probably win. But even in an even game state, and the majority of the time, we get even game states, right? Because this is high stakes. It's a best of 5. You're going to take it slow. You're going to make sure that you don't make those mistakes. DNS have been really good in the early game. And so picking this composition is just wrong on so many different levels because you're playing into exactly how DNS wants to play the game.
Yeah, and maybe if you want to make a statement, hey, T1, if we win this, you have to respect us in the early game as well. You kind of understand that, but against DNS, who has been consistently one of the best teams in the early game, their problem has been closing out games, and quite tragically, but they're closing out late games. But early game, they've been so solid.
Yeah.
It's disrespectful, and they got I think, what they deserved.
Yeah, and I think the reason why Wadid and I are so incredibly frustrated about this is because DK does this all the time.
Oh, yeah.
We know what they're capable of. We know that when they actually play disciplined League of Legends, they're very good. But more often than not, you get games like this within a series that just do not need to happen.
I mean,
and it's really disappointing.
They're just trying out some stuff and limit testing a little bit on stage because, yeah, I mean, that's just how I felt. And now they're going to take it serious. And they picked the first pick in the right of the first election.
3-2 DNS.
Atlas is called as soon as they lose the match. The reverse sweep is on. Let's see how it goes here in game number 4. DNS trying to hold on. D+ trying to make up for that last mistake.
Thank you, Spacers, as it certainly does look like Pioshik is locked in now. Whereas on the side of D+ Kia, I do agree. We do have a couple of unfortunate 3-0 DK predictors who are not very happy with the draft of Game 3. Thought it would be difficult to play out. It was, especially once DNS had a very straightforward composition and they just were able to kind of roll over D+ Kia. And now it gets interesting because a lot of stuff is taken away from Fearless, and we know that there are some deep champion pools on both sides, and I'm very curious to see what the compositions are going to look like because although the dive aggro comps were not working playstyle-wise in the first couple of games, at least they have an identity on the side of DNS.
The vibes are still there on the side of DNS, as we've got a CBLOL fan here, and also a D+ fan.
Nice.
The Odin smile that it seems like we get every single camera shot.
He's having a great time.
He looks like Pioshik's father in some ways in this one. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, son, you did good. You're gonna do it again. Pioshik's like, it's hard, man.
It's all right, buddy.
I do think that so many big picks are gone now. Like, we are really down to
Yunara.
Like, Yunara is still up. Pantheon, Orianna. But when it gets that thin, it's very easy to ban all of those, and they likely will be banned. I'm kind of surprised that D+ goes first pick. This makes the job even easier here for DN Supers to take those away. I think Pantheon goes right here. Okay, well, they say Orianna, but I think the Pantheon will go right into the second box.
Or maybe the third one, depending on how they're feeling.
Now, they could try to say, look, I'd like to trade Yunara for Pantheon, but I wouldn't take that trade, to be honest, just simply because both these AD carries are pretty insane, and there's a lot of playmaking power there.
Yeah, I wouldn't put a top-tier hyper carry in Smash's hands, like, especially with the way that Game 1 and 2 went, and then he was put on Jhin in that comp, and then it looked very different. I think if you're DK, you just kind of want to draft like you did in the first couple of games, and Yunara makes that very easy. They're going to take away the Lucian, which I think is another good choice.
I think Diablo made a pretty big statement that lead into a Fearless series, the Lucian, when there's not that many engage tools to kill him. And Milio says, you shoot far. He does.
Milio does say that. That's basically his only voice line.
He says it in a very cute, childlike voice.
You shoot far.
Yeah.
And that's all.
Silas. It's an interesting ban here.
Is this like the first day of LCK Cup? It's like, oh, they banned Silas. They're going to pick Malphite.
I don't think Malphite really holds that much water here.
Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, there could be an angle later on, but it's not a first pick
available still. But, yeah.
Do you ban Pantheon or you ban Yunara? It's really tough. Like, I was leaning towards Pantheon, but I kind of thought they'd do both and try to build the composition around counter picks on second pick here, but Smash is not going to be playing Yunara. Showmaker looking to build a Magi Soul Stealer.
So I thought that was the easiest, just smash that Yunara pick, first pick I've ever seen. Instead, they pick Ahri.
And Nico is available. So what lane are you going to have to beat this one?
What did
Alistar into
this?
it? Question mark.
What does Ahri go with that's still available? That she has to be this highly prioritized?
Lissandra Drungle.
Yeah.
No.
I think you're right. I think that's the only one that's left.
Smash is like, oh, I don't want to play anything into this. Maybe we just try to lob bombs and zigs.
So stressed.
Now, Ashe Seraphine, I guess, wins. There you go. then you charm into a charm. So you can charm them while you charm them.
Yeah.
Some people will get that reference. Exhibit
I guess that's an old one, yeah. Exhibit A. I like that. Cannon, definitely.
So Cannon, it feels like a Gnar deterrent pick. Yeah. And this works well with the Pop Blossom.
Yeah, it's another circle. It's gonna win pretty much any lane, especially with Aurora out of the picture in the top lane now. I feel like it's a good blind pick, so you can hold your counter for later, especially for Pioshik, right? Who is somebody who can get value out of counter pick jungle.
Say Yorick is gone, so I kind of struggle into this. Does feel like a smart protection ban. They want the Gnar to come out. Gnar also really struggled to get value here without a perfect Gnar bar setup. Ooh, this is gonna get interesting now because we're moving into the territory of what picks set up the Seraphine to find success. Like Maokai, by the way, pretty good in this scenario. Shuts down both the Kennen, trying to find the angle, as well as the Nico. It can hold the Yunara in place. It might need to look.
Jace, another pick that could have been played in the top lane into the Kennen.
Yeah, Kennen versus Jace we had once. I don't want to talk about that game. Is it the Maokai angle? Is this the B&K special?
Yasuo. I mean, Yasuo can block a lot of the stuff on T+.
That's true. Also, like, big Pop Blossom.
Yeah.
Bit of a combo.
Right.
Hecarim! Speak it, and it will at least tease you with a hover. And it works well in this draft. Honestly, you can go around the Seraphine, but so can the Fury's W. And so I suppose it worked yesterday, and he's going to hope to pull this one out for success here again to bring it to 5. Is it Maokai time? Lucid's Maokai made Chronicler grab onto things tightly many a time.
It's about as angry as he would get. Sion.
Sion first. Try to absorb that pressure front to back.
Sion's fine.
Another great setup for the Seraphine ult to extend. Very easy.
Yeah. But now you're playing this kind of front to back comp with Ahri Ashe. I don't know. I'm just not really seeing it. Like,
what if you hold them in position?
Where's the third threat here? What is Lucid playing? Kindred? I don't know. There's just...
That would be kind of cool. Aatrox. Aatrox, another great extender for the Seraphine. And we'll get a ton of value out of the sustain Seraphine brings on that 2-item spike with a diadem. I didn't really think about this because this has fallen off in a huge way, but I do think it absolutely works. It's a really nice stroke of the draft here by CVMax to pull this one out. And I already said it before, so I'm not going to say it again, but this is going to offer a lot of extra damage for closer here on this Victor. Some zoning tools, but it's tough into Ashe Arrow, Charm, this insane front line. Victor has to play very safe. There are 3 major threats in terms of damage here in this composition, and there are really 2 tools to get on top of the back line, but arguably 3. It depends on how, obviously, the Cannon decides to ultimate. Does he want to ult for peel for the Yunara? Does he want to ult for backline access? I did not think I was going to like where this draft ended for D+, but ultimately the Sion and the Aatrox really kind of save it for me. I like their angle here, and it may just be that I'm not as sold on Closer's ability to play the Victor. He could have played Lissandra here as well. I don't know why I'm stuck on the Lissandra a little bit today, but could have worked as a nice follow-up, a little bit of extra mobility.
I'm not as sold, I think, on the D+ Kia comp. Like, obviously, it has ways that it can work. I think it has some nice cohesiveness where you survive forever. You've got a great front line. You have maybe enough damage with the Aatrox. There's not a lot of tanks on the other side. There are ways to make it work, but you've also got Smash playing Ashe. I don't know. I don't know. I need to see it in action, and we'll just have to wait and see from the side of D+ Kia. As looks like we're just about ready to go, or rather, let's jump onto the Rift for game number 4.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
She was like, marked. Got that one.
Check out. Check. By the way, DK did break their red side losing streak.
True.
With game number 1, which they did win. So now they're 1-4.
The possibilities are endless on red side now.
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
There are a few players who... Okay, well, this is very scary. Very scary level 1 Ashe. They do fine. Doctor, I'm going to take a minute to stack his Q. But there are a few players, and 2 players really that come to mind for me. Zeka and Closer, who you're like, I love them on the melees. They can play that solid as year. They're like a little Zoe and Orianna in their life. But when it comes to pulling out the Victor, you're like, I don't know if that's really in your main skill set box. Because Closer, obviously very strong player, has a lot of experience playing Victor and mages in the past. But Closer's the proactive mid laner who likes to go in and make the play and set his teammates up for success, like the Galio, the Yone, the Akali, the Sylas. He has been often called by many Budget Zeka for that reason. And I see Victor and I go, I think back to Zeka's Victor game, the finals of LCK 2025. Pyosik is coming for an early gank here. This is Raptor-esque.
They're going to know, though, because, I mean, they should know. Okay, I guess they're not going to know. But the root is going to miss. Regardless.
When they saw that root miss, they knew.
They know something. They have learned something. Pyosik going for the early gank. He was able to avoid the hawk shot, but I think they shot it to the top side of the jungle and didn't see any dogs, so they should have known, okay, well, he's probably somewhere around the bottom side.
Yeah, they probably made the call, big dog.
Yeah.
And then clasped hands together.
Big hot dog.
And that was when they knew that Peter would miss the flash route, so they just decided to stay.
Honestly, a good call. That's a good idea. Still is going to be a lot of damage done to Smash.
I think it's kind of okay, though, because he has a Seraphine with him. They end up crashing this wave in. And so, flash down for Peter.
Yeah, just anything to take a little bit of the edge off, because this lane is obviously still going to be very annoying. But at least if you put Smash a little bit behind, makes it so maybe D plus Kia consider twice going as aggressively as maybe they would like to. As Pyosik down a level says, I can avoid a lot of your stuff.
Pyosik is like, it turns out that sweet spot's a little lower cooldown than the gold card I was interacting with yesterday. I'm going to have to play this a little differently.
Yeah, he's learning. But Lucid, understandably, was able to farm his jungle, hits level 4, and he is invading with that level lead. Pyosik obviously not able to be at the same speed because he ganked bot.
Yeah, and Victor will take a while to come up here.
He's winning this trade, by the way. Lucid up a level.
Eventually those dogs stack up, and much like a hot dog eating contest, eventually you're kind of like, you're starting to feel a little full, Lucid. And also the burn damage from the Q. This is going to be a smite fight.
Does go over to Lucid. Nicely done.
Finds himself a full level down as a result of it. Despite the heroics. That clone did not have a good time.
No, it did not. Insta death for that guy. And Lucid, this is kind of what you want on the jungle Aatrox, just kind of farm it out and eventually be a big threat in the later team fights. You're not necessarily looking to be super aggro or get these giant ganks off. I mean, maybe he can make something happen onto the Victor would probably be the easiest place, or bot lane, obviously.
Yeah. And when you have the skirmishing power of this Aatrox in mid-game team fights, with the Seraphine, with the Ashe, that's why I trust this comp, because it's already pretty tough to kill Aatrox. That's kind of his thing. He's like, oh, you hurt me, and then I heal to full and don't care. Then he's got Seraphine giving him extra shields, a little bit of healing there. And if he's just between the Seraphine and the bad guys, he's the extender. That's the same for Shio, of course. We're talking about the ultimate of Seraphine that career can extend if he hits an ally on the way, which means it's really difficult to set up for a Pot Blossom fight, or if you have choke point control for the Kennen to get in, he has to flank on the other side. He might find himself getting Ashe arrowed. And I know we say this a lot, and I probably am the biggest preacher of this, but obviously map control, vision, that sort of stuff gives you more agency with this cannon.
Wolf turret enjoyers.
Yes.
No Zoe in this game, though.
No. Just a very obvious thing, but it's true that without the vision, and with the Seraphine holding choke points, and with no way for the cannon to get to the back line, you have to run through a Seraphine ult and an Ash arrow, and then the healing that's going to keep this Scion Aatrox alive to get stuff done. Duckdom's going to have to auto a lot, is really what I'm getting at here. And heal deny items will be very helpful.
We got a very slow dragon started up here by Lucid. He has so much prile from bot, as Dudu's going to go in for a trade against Shiyu. It will be a advantageous trade, but at the end of the day, it is Scion. We do have Pyosik in the pit.
Yeah, Pyosik is ready to challenge this. No ultimates for the supports here.
I mean, he wasn't able to deny the smite, but it looks like Lucid's got his upgraded, whereas we don't have the same for Pyosik, so wasn't really much of a flip after all.
21 to 19, you could see it there on the pets. I mean, the fact that it came down to being as close as that was pretty interesting. If there was a mistake made, Pyosik could just get a huge win. Speaking of mistakes made, not really. That's not fair. Actually, honestly, that's not fair. That's,
Poor career.
Just, you know, mistakes made, mistakes made.
Yeah.
You know, he
That is
die, he's
say.
fine. Have to use his sums. He's okay. Not going to really hurt them too bad. Like, they're backing anyways. Career delayed Peter's back right there.
Absolutely.
He's been eating a lot of flack recently. And obviously that last Bard game was about as inspiring as the one before that. But at the same time, you know, he's fine. It's okay. He's a big part of this composition. They have put him on these enchanters. They've decided that's his role. Not sure if he necessarily agrees with it, but he's going to be a big part of this game.
Yeah, I think his Leona was pretty good. You know, like him on the... very close there from Showmaker, actually, trying to force the Spirit Rush. Is closer, and Showmaker holds the entire way. But now he has basically 0 health, so...
Yeah, that's going to be plate gold and some minions denied.
But it was really cool how he used absolutely nothing. And also gained absolutely nothing.
It was pretty close to getting stuck by the gravity field.
Yeah.
That would have been certain death if he did not flash and was stunned there. Level 6 advantage for Peter briefly. I mean, very briefly. Well, like I said, that was
for him as Duckdom.
Ah, yes, yes.
Nico still fooling us in 2026. The roots are coming in, and there is the flash forced. His career does hit level 6 himself.
So now Peter has level 6 ult advantage.
He does. It's true. No flash, though. So.
Double sums picked up here. Dudu has been playing this matchup very aggressively and has generated a pretty significant lead. On the other side of things, Lucid is the big lead here for D+. With the farm advantage he has, he also holds half a level lead. And now this bottom duo needs some help to get back to their turret. Please help,
yes.
Peter says.
They have fallen and they can't get up.
Pressed his life alert.
And it's true. It's the right idea to back away, but it doesn't stop the bleeding all too much.
Pyosik is telling him he needs $19.99 plus shipping and handling, or he is not going to that bottom lane.
Yep. You can press the button all you want.
Okay, Showmaker is not really controlling this lane the way I thought he might. He has obviously had very little jungle attention. Oh!
Big arrow gonna force a flash. Nice one there from Smash.
Smash attention is real, though.
And Victor loving this 1v1. Showmaker going in, but guess who's here as well? It is the Nico and the Nafiri. The charm comes in and Showmaker just dies instead. As now Lucid is just, Lone Wolf dying to Pyosik. And that's 2 kills over to the side of DNS just like that, 10 minutes in.
Not necessary is, I think, maybe the 2 words that first come to my mind for Showmaker going back in like that. I think everything else was pretty forgivable. As Lucid was there first, and he thought he had an angle. Flashless, dead. Rod of Ages picked up here for closer. This dragon spawns in 1 minute here. DNS looking to try to even that up. Pretty unfortunate scenario for D+, and a lot of the lead that was there for the Aatrox is now just gone. As first, closer flashes, so I think this is why Showmaker is like, you know what, I think there's some play here.
Lucid's like, I just want to do the grubs, man.
Lucid was a little bit late. He was here first, but he wasn't close enough. And then this, no. We could say it was a charming play, I suppose.
Who was he charming with that?
Me, I was a little charmed.
Closer.
Oh, nicely.
Only closer.
I was charmed by it. I was like, wow, Showmaker, they thought he was an angle there. And then like, he didn't miss. He didn't miss.
At least he didn't miss. Imagine if he did that and he missed.
Peter says, please don't remind them.
We can start playing Silver Scrapes right now.
Okay. I want to say slightly less precarious lead for DNS. The lead that we talked about last time where they had about so much gold the advantage in game 2.
I mean, especially with a comp like this where you've got Duckdom on Unara, and yeah, he has to play an Ashe Seraphine. It's very annoying. Had to back off of a wave, but it's only 200 gold behind. It's not the end of the world. The rest of your team has got a nice lead. This is not going to feel good for them, though. A smash being very annoying on the Ashe.
That's another wave gone, and there's no answer.
Oh, they're going to land the root on a Peter who just throws up the Pop Blossom and says, witness me. Dudu, on the other hand, is also not having too much fun against Shu here. But it's Sion.
I'm not sure exactly how that... It must have been a large trading pattern that eventually gave him a big enough edge. Smash is ultless, but he is also kind of close by, so Pyosik may want to think twice about this, as he is going to show up, and Pyosik's like, oh, not again.
Just going to try to steal it, not going to get it.
And like the way that bottom side, like the timing for that play from Smash and Career there is enough to get them 2 dragons in a row into Cloud Soul here with this composition. Pretty insane. And DNS lead significantly diminished, but now against double dragon, not feeling like you have a ton of ins in terms of slowing this game down for this Victor to really truly come online. I mean, he is already a bit of a threat, bit of a lead, but he still needs more time before he just presses R and everybody is in awe.
Yeah.
Peter, no ult, so this is a tough scrap to commit to.
Going all in onto Lucid, who does have the World Ender and his Flash available. Pyosik trying to get something, but instead he will get nothing.
A lot of damage, though. If there was a dragon up, would feel real nice.
Yeah.
However...
It's a bit of a charming play, you know? It's like, oh yeah, cool fight, okay.
I was going to say maybe
I see where you're going with this.
He once again shows he's got that dog in him.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we get the confirmation. I wasn't sure. Even though yesterday did happen.
He was deathless yesterday, currently deathless. It was a bit of a tough situation for them yesterday. Currently a bit of a tough situation for them. It was Infernal Soul yesterday. It's Cloud Soul this time, so maybe that part
it's a little bit different. Yeah,
not gonna help him, but
Pyosik here with no ult. He's still got that dog in him. He's just gonna jump away. They're trying to handle the Ashe Seraphine. I do like the way that Smash and Career are playing this, where they're trying to just squeeze out as much as they possibly can. Every Drake, all of the leads, get as many turret plates as possible, make sure all the Ashe arrows are doing something, even if it's stopping a back.
If, you know, Peter was able to make some sort of flash Pop Blossom play there, I think that would have been great, right? It would have stopped them, but instead it's just more advantages stacking up here. Full control of the bottom side remains. And it's going to be a while before we could talk about Duckdom scaling in this game. I think that the way that these comps interact with each other, though, is more about not the gold lead, not the item advantage, but map control, as I mentioned before, and how much agency Dudu has. Because Dudu is also going to be a big threat in this game. And if everyone is able to kind of just wrap around the line of the Seraphine ult and find their way in, or collapse on a flanking Aatrox, for example, and kill him when he's isolated with the CC that they have, they can just win team fights later on, despite this somewhat disadvantageous position they find themselves in right now. The Ashe Seraphine are much larger than them at this moment. And there's so many other scaling elements like the Victor here too. So this game is still very close. D+ need to make sure they don't make any large errors.
Yeah, it's very much trying to get as much as you possibly can. Showmaker, unfortunately, for his sake, they first pick Ahri for him. And, you know, Ahri is generally going to be okay just to get through lane, but does not have a fun time in a Victor, notably. And we've seen that in the 1v1. Showmaker's like, well, I kind of just lose lane, and they haven't been able to utilize the Ahri at all for any kind of set play. And now she's level 11 with no real, big ult play that we've seen in this game. So still waiting for that first pick Ahri to do something.
Yeah, and Closer has turned this Victor champ into a closer champ in this matchup, where he's just constantly putting the aggression on, getting those aggressive trades. And the good news is that, if you're a Showmaker fan, you like to see that Darksteel. Because usually Showmaker has a pretty high win rate when he ever buys this item. But the real point I was going to make is that his Rod of Ages is so late that when it does transform, he'll get so much value out of it.
So where's Pilshik going with this one? He does have his flash.
W-Town.
Yeah. I guess so.
His ring finger was ready, Valdez. That's where it was going.
Ring finger on W, that's crazy. Shouldn't it be on Q? Dude, do you have your pinky on Q?
I saw as I pressed W with ring. Sometimes. I might be a bit of a psychopath,
that's a bit non-standard, but you are a lefty, so I guess it's par for the course. They're trying to take down Dudu here with pretty much everything, and I think they will be successful. They do take him out, although the Rift Herald will go the way of DNS. Pilshik picks up the eye, and now just has to try to survive with that one. Duckdom also in a rough spot, is going to have to flash away, but yeah, no volleys here. Flash forward from Xiu. Not quite going to be enough damage, though, and now Xiu kind of in no man's land, but not like they can really punish him.
He's too tanky. He should be able to get out of here no problem. TP to the bottom lane.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're just going to take the Gromp away.
The more time they keep D+ here, the more value Closer gets on the opposite side, as Lucid will get this steal away. But Closer made a very clear choice that he was just going to go straight to sides here. So the Cannon agency was there in this fight, sort of. Because the fact that he's flanking here means that D+ need to keep the focus on him, because if they ignore him, then he's going to have an amazing flank here, and Duckdom's going to clean up house, right? And they just drop the Herald entirely. His sacrifice gets them the Herald. As I thought with the quick cut, we had something happening in live.
Yeah.
But the sacrifice for him does end up getting them the Herald. If he didn't flash there, I think they'd feel even better about it.
Yeah. So it looks like Dipliskia kind of just have to give this Drake away. You see Lucid's hanging around, but just kind of waiting in the lack of vision. DNS going to move forward as a team, though, after the Drake take. And actually a nice little stun on a Lucid who's taken a bunch of residual damage. The arrow comes out, hits nothing. Pilshik just dodging everything.
And Xiu is getting some alone time here with this turret. Doesn't have TP. This is something that DNS were aware of. And they also got the turret in the bottom side I was mentioning that Closer was hitting before they get the Dragon. So they take a gold lead, actually, after this set of plays. A very close game, to be sure. But I think this Victor is really what's keeping DNS in it. Duda did not ult there. Neither he held onto it. And Pilshik was able to get away with his W and movement alone. And we reset, we go again. This game is one of the games that makes you like kind of hold your breath.
Yeah.
Because, you know, at any moment, we're so close. This game is so close, but it's also with these two comps, so volatile and so easy to clean up, and there's no escape. Like, it's Ashe on one side, it's the Cannon, the Victor, Chaos Storm exploding on the other side, or Arcane Storm, whatever they call it now. And then you know that, like, if it's a full clean ace in any next team fight for either side, if you're D+, like, oh god, it's done. Like, we're going to get reverse sweeped. If you're DNS, that's it. That's your tournament, right? And so both teams are playing very carefully, very slowly. And it's a 4-kill game at nearly 20 minutes here with so much patience as a result. Like, the stakes could not be higher here for DNS. And they have the win cons. Actualizer's second item here for Victor as Closer's about to transform his rod. He is about to be pretty huge in this game pretty early.
Yeah, it's going to be gigantic, and they don't really have a good answer for him outside of CC chaining him to death, so positioning going to be critical here for Closer. For Closer and Duckdom, really, I mean, we're going to have the cleanse available for Duckdom, not the same for Closer. A Showmaker, he just doesn't really exist in this game. Like, every lane he goes to, he's just getting bullied, and now he gets stunned up past the Spirit Rush away.
I don't know if that's worth for Dudu, though, because I think he kind of just had him bullied, and he ulted so early that Pilshik couldn't come in and secure the kill. They don't get the flash either.
Now they're just going to ult on Elucid. They know they have the advantage, and they're going to find this Aatrox as there's the Encore. Doesn't really do anything as that Nefiri getting so much value, avoiding all the CCs. Slow comes down on a smash, and that's just going to be Rift Herald into the mid lane turret. DNS are snowballing big time right now.
They really are. This is the kind of win con you want to have here in this mid game.
Yeah, I don't... Okay, well, he's going to TP in, get rooted, and now he's half health again.
He absorbs some of their buttons, so the turret lives. Calculated.
Hashtag worth.
As Showmaker has been a bit of a punching bag in this one. No other real way to say it, but they're now looking for their own punch back onto this mid turret, but it will be cleared this wave very quickly.
Smash careful.
So the play from Dudu, I don't know if he needed to commit the ult necessarily, but he's able to push Showmaker away. And then for some reason, Lucid in career is still just kind of out in no man's land, knowing that DNS have that push on the bottom lane and can wrap around very quickly and have great CC for this Aatrox, who doesn't have any real peel here. The Ashero attempt was cute. Career obviously trying his best to look for that follow-up Encore, but
yeah,
that's a big win here for DNS, who get it right with the Herald dropping. And D+, I think, a little greed around that one.
Yeah, it kind of looked like they were pushing forward, jungle and support together, trying to get some vision down, but you don't know where Nefiri is. Your Ahri just essentially got put off the map for 30 seconds, and even if she TPs in, like, he's not going to be able to do anything, so got to be careful and pick and choose the right timings to go for vision like that. Otherwise, you know, there's so much catch potential and damage here on the side of DNS.
You also really just got to, you know, communicate with each other about, like, Lucid, you need to leave now. Like, as you're recalling, you need to be like, you need to be out of there yesterday because they are coming. As Dudu is having a phenomenal series. I think very quietly having a very consistent performance here. And he is the one who was able to push the Ahri away. Now controlling this lane, and we'll have a Crystalline Overgrowth to proc to grab the turret. He's looking for a second item here very soon. And even though it's only the burn urn, that damage does add up over time as he continues to harass. Dragon control loosely in the favor of D+ here for their sole point take potentially, but they cannot start it, and then eventually DNS are going to group and start to contest that. As Closer's about to hit level 16, he is so huge on this Victor right now with the Actualizer. I think Actualizer's second, a little bit niche, but in this game with the lead he had, I think absolutely warranted. Because the Rod of Ages is going to give you enough survivability alone. You don't really need Seraphs in this game. You know, you don't need to go tier and play for that.
So they are set up here on this Dragon, but DNS are not going to let them get this one for free. And already the damage is being done here. Shiu trying his best to zone away Closer. Not going to be very successful. It goes down to 1 health, and Pyoshik is able to get it as they're charging into a Slicing Maelstrom. Generally not the right call. As no stun goes on to Dudu, and now Peter finds the angle from the top side, but the damage follow-up isn't there. As Duckdom desperately trying to do something, but he is just backing away, and it looks like DK at least are able to clean up the fight in a big way. And now they're moving towards that Baron.
Yeah, Closer's ease do a lot of damage, but with the Seraphine, the heals will come through, and even has his heal summoner here, and I think that the damage will largely be blocked, and they can now just take this out. Doesn't have his second item yet, Career, but was very patient with his Encore in that fight. Could have used it instantly there to try to lock down the cannon, but he knew the damage had been done. The cannon was essentially neutralized by the arrow. They couldn't follow up on him because he instantly ulted, but they're like, okay, cool. Now we can move. Now we can breathe in this fight. As I watch it again, they get the smite. Dudu gets caught here by the arrow, gets hit by Shiu, and his ultimate's gone, and now they're like, all right, slow play. We're Ashe Seraphine. Don't have to look for the angle right now. Duckdom is trying to play through his flash here, and Peter gets the Pop Blossom. The late Encore is so effective, and Closer is doing so much damage, but when the backbone of this comp falls apart, Duckdom has to get out. He also has to leave. That was a very clean play from D+, but they do not secure the Dragon, importantly. So, yes, they take a gold lead. The game is still incredibly close.
Yeah, they get that Baron, and I think utilizing that, try to take down some of these outer turrets, or at least the one in the bottom lane, would be pretty nice to try to solidify a gold lead and make sure that their next fight looks even better.
With the Baron, if they can get deep vision up around this next dragon. Like, there's a minute of time between the dragon and this Baron expiring, but if they can use this for perma-prio, set up that vision, Career has flash, right? He's going to get that second item. I actually went Moonstone, in fact. Didn't even realize that. So his diadem is very late. But if he does get that item eventually, the diadem, it's going to be huge for him. Moonstone feels fine, honestly, in this case, in this game state. And this Aatrox is a huge threat. And if given enough frontline and Smash gets big enough, he's closer to that IE, it's actually very close to it. D+ can actually still win this game, and for so long it looked like it was not possible.
Yeah, looking pretty good for them now. I like how they're taking as much as they possibly can off of the map. It looks like DNS are essentially saying, well, okay, we lost that fight, we lost the Baron, we can't force a fight here where Duckdom doesn't have any sums, and, you know, they're just having so much pushing power and map control in this game. They're just trying to clear the waves and essentially not die and let the game go away just yet. But that just means that D+ Kia are going to get this very strong lead now.
Shiu just needs to mark the cannon because they didn't have vision between mid and obviously where they're pushing here heavily in the bottom lane. But as long as Cannon can't find that flank angle, I really don't think there's any threat here.
And you can see already a bunch of damage is going to go into closer. He's just going to flash away. They don't want to play any part in these team fights right now while the Baron push is going.
Yeah, but that might have been enough to really knock down this inhibitor turret. Still 30 seconds left on this Baron, and there's a cannon minion here. Peter?
Okay, Peter going to go for it. Forces a couple of flashes, but might have to pay for it with his life. Although Lucid just gets burned down. Nobody able to heal him up. It's now Pyosik, the only one to get charmed, and Showmaker just on the run. You'd see a lot of damage done to the side of DNS, but they stopped the push for now.
Someone had to pull the trigger, or that inhibitor turret was going to go. And once it goes, the next wave hits. And so that was a really aggressive play. Very high risk. And remember, tournament life on the line. Duckdom and Peter, world finalists. Duckdom walks forward to do the damage. Peter ends up hitting the Pop Blossom. And this is without Dudu. You know, if the cannon is here, this is an easy cleanup, which is why that marking by Shiu is so important. And Pyosik presses W here knowing, well, that's the end of that. But getting kills, getting a full wipe, that was never really on the cards. Defending that inhibitor turret, keeping that base alive, keeping that win con for D+ to grab this Infernal, or rather a Cloud Soul point through that bottom inhibitor is no longer an issue for them. And there's a window of time here for DNS to kind of clear up some of that vision, clear up some of that map control, and go again. Opting in, Dudu is for the Arm Guard, the third item. Not rushing a Void Staff or anything like that, just wants that extra playmaking here. Third item hit for Duckdom. LDR, so important at crushing this frontline Scion.
Yeah.
And of course, the IE is done for Smash and has been for a little while now. 80 carries here at similar power levels. It's all about that setup.
Yeah, I mean, if you're D+ Kia and you've got Scion, Seraphine, as that's going to be a very nice arrow here in Pyosik, who already takes a ton of damage, does go up into the sky. Shiu desperately trying to ult into him and take out the big dog. He's not going to be successful in doing that, but Duckdom kind of in the front line here. They're looking to take him out, trying to block with the clone as well, as Duckdom is flying very close to the sun, but he's going to live, as now Showmaker desperately trying to get on in there, and he will be successful due to not finding the slicing maelstrom he was looking for, and it's only closer. As waiting for a charm to come through, he is going to hit it, and the slows are going to come through. It looks like Smash will take him down for the triple kill as D+ take a huge fight.
Despite Peter's best efforts to keep Duckers alive, he goes down, and D+, 50 seconds on the victor. They think they might have an angle here to look for the end. Showmaker backs, grabs the Bloodletters, and Pyosik here has to do some shenanigans to buy time. I don't think it's going to be enough. Big wave.
He can't get close enough to clear the waves, and Peter on the Nico, he's going to try to land a root, but they just encore and burst him out, and all they have to do is hit the Nexus, and Smash takes one better than that. Looks like D+ Kia will be moving on to the next round against T1 as they take out DNS in a 3-1 fashion. One big slip up in game 3 for sure, but they came right back at it in a close game, number 4, and they're able to close it out.
And ever since T1 dropped to that lower bracket, we expected this would be the matchup. The road there was a little bit different than we expected, as D+ had a bit of a tough fight in this one. At the end of the day, the fight will be won by them. And Showmaker, despite being very, very down early on in this game, he was able to pull it out in the end. I think for me, my vote may come off as a little bit controversial, and I'll keep it a secret for now. But I do think one player made the most consistent impact across the Rift.
I think I have an idea based off of our Game 1 conversation. I was trying to look at the vote you put in, but I wasn't actually able to.
It may surprise some people, but the way this game ended, unfortunately for the side of DNS, was such a disjointed skirmish down the bottom side. I think they thought they had an angle to really basically win the game there.
It's very broken up.
If Showmaker, though, doesn't kill DuckDom, they might actually get the full wipe and win the game there. There were just so many things that could go wrong. DuckDom's positioning at the start was so poor. It was so easily collapsed upon that Peter has to ult early, but he buys enough space. Like, it was a beautiful fight. It's a tragic way for DNS to go out, especially if you're a fan of the former KT Rolster bottom duo who had at least one more flash in the pan before their tournament life ends. We started off this season saying any X-Rise team, because we had so many in the playoffs, could beat any other team. D+ was the king of the Rise group, and they do reign supreme here to go up against T1. Now, T1, of course, lost to B&K. We'll see if D+ can do what they did not the last time they faced off against T1 in the best of 5, which went 0-3. As, yeah, Showmaker didn't have a great start here, but the end was clean.
Yeah, DNS, once again, good early game. You know, they're able to win in these small skirmishes. We've seen that many a time. And, you know, some small moments like this did go to D+ Kia. But eventually, once it got to the team fights, DNS just looked like they weren't finding much hope. They got a couple of picks here and there, like they were able to take down Lucid here. And DNS got the Dragons and stuff like that. But once it came down to the big team fights,
this fight
saw what their composition was able to do.
This fight was really it, you know? Like, unfortunately for DNS, they just didn't have any angle here. DuckDom is getting run down.
Yeah, the Dinar was not online yet.
And unfortunately, the Pop Blossom doesn't really help him against the front line of Shield and Lucid, so he just has to leave. And man, Peter, he tried. He really did here. Look at where DuckDom is. He's chasing Showmaker down. He's like, I can't get past the Ashe. Like, I don't know how I'm going to rejoin. Just watch DuckDom. He dashes here. He's like, let me get back to my teammates. And then he's like, oh, I got to flash the Scion Q. Pop Blossom behind space. He dashes away again. Gets the kill. And you're like, okay, maybe. And Showmaker says, misses the kill. And he says, he kills him. That's not what he said. You can see in the comms that's in fact not what he said, but mentally. And not today, Duckers.
Showmaker was like, come on, I got him. With the charm. And he absolutely did. Good call from Showmaker. Big plays there towards the end after being kind of useless most of this game. Well, not most of the game, at least the early to mid parts. You know, he got bullied out by the cannon, but
honestly,
then
a lot of the game
he did a lot.
For DNS was centered around the fact that Showmaker had no presence in the side lane. Was able to get them a lot, get them those dragons back. But yeah, like you said, otherwise pretty muted.
Yeah, DuckDom did 900 more damage than Peter's Nico. It's not really his fault necessarily, although the positioning in that last fight was not great. I just feel like he was not online when they needed him. As Smash is going to pick up the player of the match. Had an excellent Ezreal game as Aphelios did almost 16k damage in the last team fight of game 2. And then he was forced to play Jhin, and we were all like, what the hell?
Yeah.
This guy just carried you, and then he played Ashe, and they won the lane, so not too
They won the lane,
surprising
he had
for
some
me.
great arrows, was able to make a global impact on the map. Hawkshot,
I
obviously.
have a feeling Wolf did not vote for Smash.
No, I did. Actually, I did vote for Smash.
Oh, you did?
I thought it was going to be somewhat controversial. I thought people were going to be voting for the top side of the map instead.
I think you're going to vote for 0-5 Xinjiao carrying game 1.
I did consider it, but ultimately I voted for Smash. Wow, unanimous. So
not very controversial.
No, I guess not controversial even a little bit.
Although there is that one guy
Not
on Twitter
everyone
probably.
and I are on the same page.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. We don't get a lot of unanimous votes nowadays, but I guess this one was
Especially
just
not
that obvious.
80 carry.
Yeah. Generally, it's like Soup and Chichidik who are like, yeah, he did a lot of damage in game 4.
Mid and jungle is where usually you see the unanimous votes, where it's like, okay, the jungle ran the map, or the mid laner gapped so hard and was everywhere, but Not this time.
Not today, but today we do have the POM interview. Let's jump to that now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Seer for the POM interview translation. We have Smash on the side of D plus Kia. Congratulations! Smash, this is your first POM and a victory. How do you feel? Every time we win, I've always been wondering, when am I gonna get POM? And I think I'm feeling pretty great. I feel pretty proud that I got a POM. And that was a unanimous POM, so let's give it up for Smash. And yeah, so Showmaker was hoarding the POM in the past 4 matches. So, did you feel robbed at all? Yeah, I mean, I felt sad that I didn't get a POM, but I think POMs are given to players who deserve it. So, whenever Showmaker takes it, especially when it's Showmaker, you know, I have nothing to say. I think he always deserves it. But I'm really happy that I'm able to get it this time around. And the last Genji match was an unfortunate loss, but with you guys still taking a game off of them, surely there were takeaways. So, what did you try to refine after that last match against Genji? You know, honestly, we thought that we were well prepared, but the outcome was a little lacking. It fell short. And we actually talked about the last match, and a lot of the discussions really focused on the draft and how we're going to play in the upcoming matches. And DN Supers also had made it this far in great momentum, and I'm sure you guys are watching their match yesterday closely. So what were you most mindful of? Yeah, while watching the match, they felt like they were quite strong, and I think whenever there's a team that climbs from the bottom, they're really scary. It was actually really intimidating. So I think we just have to make sure that we play out each of the games well and perfectly, and that's just something that we had in mind all along. And with DK having first selection, you guys picked first pick for the first time. So what was the idea and the change? Yeah, I think we played a lot of blue side. And yeah, we were actually calling ourselves the devils of the blue side. And I felt like it would be a good idea to actually try red side for the first time and get some practice in and get some practice with the first pick. And yeah, we had the first pick in game 1 and won, so I think naturally we were able to just go for it without hesitation in game 4 as well. And it looked like you guys in game 3 went with the classic Lee Sin LeBlanc, and we haven't really seen plus Bard, but it didn't really go as planned. So what was the feedback? You know, I felt like we had really good matchup in every lane. Plus, the jungler was having a good, was supposed to have a good early game as well. But I think we ended up outplaying ourselves. So I think in the end, we just had to really get back on our feet and go back to really the base 1 and go back to basics really. And game 4, you guys went for Ahri first pick and then Ashe Seraphine. So what kind of strength were you looking for? You know, yeah, I thought that we would actually benefit a lot from Showmaker playing Ahri, so we actually pushed him to do it, and he was pretty reactive to that. And then for Ashe Seraphine, Career was the one who actually asked me and really just suggested that I pick. So I think that's what ended up happening. And it looks like we always see you making proactive calls and making fearless plays. So what kind of play style do you like to pull off as a AD carry? Yeah, I tend to communicate a lot in game, and I have to make sure that I can focus on my own role and just doing my own job. And you know, if there's anything that I lack, or if I end up outplaying myself, in the end, I just have to make sure that I am able to execute what I am supposed to do as an AD carry quietly as well. And there's only one step away from Hong Kong for you guys. So what is your mindset going into lower round 3? Last time we were so close, and I think it left a lot to be desired. I did not realize that we would have to go up against T1. It's my former team. It's going to feel bittersweet. I'm going to do my best so that we show up with a great performance. And that is the end of the interview with Smash. And back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya and Subin, for that interview with Smash. And yes, that will be the talking point that gets to boil for for one more day. It will be D plus Kia against T1 after this victory against DNS. It was a 13 out of 13, a perfect palm performance from Smash. Multiple different times did he pull the team out of what felt like impossible situations and get the job done.
He was just so incredibly good today. I think mechanically, the first couple of games, he was absolutely outstanding. I'm going to ignore the third game completely because I think that was a complete throwaway draft. And then in game number 3 was absolutely fine. And Korea, unfortunately, didn't have a great game 4. And so Smash playing the way that he did, hitting the arrows, making things happen, looking fantastic, even on the Ashe, which is a little bit harder to make the flashy plays on, unless you're Ruler, doing all that kiting stuff.
I mean, such a clean 3-0 by clean AD carry. I mean, as I expected, It's
exactly. Every game that he played a real AD carry, he won.
Yeah, for sure.
And we're going to say 80 gap.
I mean, for me, it's
a little bit toxic.
No, I don't think
toxic
so.
with Did's back. LEC with Did's back.
No, listen. So my point is,
West coming out again.
I feel like it's not like Dogdam played bad or anything. It's just like Smash is just so damn good. He's just on another planet. So he was just winning CS by 60 or 70 every single game that he won, and that's just the talent, that he has right now. And I think it's just it feels like whenever you play with Smash, even though the games gets messier, you know that you're gonna win at the end. So I feel like he should get some nice shout out here.
I also think that his support network in jungle support, which is often what big ups the AD carry so that they can carry, weren't performing all that well today. As I was just saying, smash that like and subscribe. I also rang the notification bell, but I don't like telling people to do that because I think it's kind of obnoxious. But I want the notifications. I just want to know every time Smash is playing.
Sunday, he'll be back.
Thank you.
Revenge game.
I'll be there. Don't worry. Smash. I think I've worked that day. So
do you?
Yeah.
Oh, you might.
I'll be there. Yeah. I think. Okay. Oh, I'll figure it out.
I'll see you there.
Maybe.
Smash is the ADC you can trust in any situation, says Wolf. Absolutely, that one definitely ringing.
Mainly the situations when you're playing League of Legends.
Yeah, yes. For sure.
Oh, well, maybe Wolf knows something that we don't know.
Ooh, and Coco also knows something we don't know because I didn't know that he was playing Malphite.
Yes, the rock-solid performance that can't be shaken. You know what? Maybe you trust him with Malphite too.
Probably.
Right? DK's ultimate win condition, option
0.
Option 0.
Option 0.
I've heard of option 3. I haven't heard of option 0.
Option
before.
0.
It's before you even have a choice. He's option 0.
He's there already.
Yeah.
You know? So it's like you already won the game.
Yeah, I like that.
Option 0 does sound like there's no option though. Let's move on to Pony saying now that is a rising star.
True say.
True. It is. He's a rising star, Digon.
He is. What did you mean by that, Pony?
He's a relatively new player.
Yeah,
and he's getting better over time.
Pony usually he usually has double meanings, double meanings.
There's a little bit of extra. I had one of those, but I decided not to go with it.
Yeah. All right. Well, Pony
got distracted by that.
We'll ponder that one some more as we take a look at today's results. It is a 3-1 victory for D plus Kia. They get the job done as the higher seed. No upsets here today.
I do want to say, I'm very proud of D plus for getting back on the horse. After the ego game, oftentimes that trips them up for the rest of the day.
It's not an ego game.
This time,
I told you, they're just limit testing.
Right, with an ego draft.
No, just like, all right, we had the clean 2-0. Let's just give a space for our champion pool,
Treat it like an extended
Yeah,
scrim.
exactly.
And but CVMax has never done that.
I mean, I guess he changed, you know? He's now with a new team, with a new player.
All right, let's have a look. Digon, Wolf, you guys looking absolutely fantastic alongside Cloud Templar.
Yeah, you know what? It's time. I sat there and watched that guy over there be smug.
Oh.
All right, Digon. Congrats.
Smug gone, baby.
Wow, you balanced that so good.
What do you mean? Like, I don't care about my prediction.
Is that resting like on the
I don't know. That
that
kind of looked
it's
like.
kind of just balanced.
Kind of looked like you cared a little bit there, dude.
You did look like you were expecting
Can't see
the
anything.
outcome. And honestly, I was too. And then I kind of thought that it was going to be doomed after they lost, and then they didn't. So honestly, I like character progression.
All right.
And we got character progression out of D+, and we'll have to see whether it's good enough against T1.
Let's take a look, because I can't see anything.
I was
at the updated bracket.
the prompter at all.
There it is. Yeah. This win does mean it is the end of the road of the DN Automotive Supers. They finished 5th, and if we were choosing Legend and Rise groups, they would be in the Legend group. So this is a success for the DN core members there.
And Hummer Life Esports would be bottom of the Rise group.
Such a stretch.
Whoa! That's your logic.
That's your logic. I know, but
True.
I was celebrating DNS. All right, well, either way, their run ends here. D plus Kia will face off against T1, not tomorrow, on Sunday, because tomorrow we've got the top of the pops, as older people say, I guess. Gen G versus BNK Fear X for a slot in the grand finals. It is the Ryu matchup. Remember, this was Ryu's old team for BNK Fear X against Gen G, his new team, where he had great drafts on his old team, BNK Fear X, but his new team now drafted really well against T1 and got the victory, so we'll see how this one all shakes up.
I'm not going to lie, Edo is actually doing some pretty amazing things for BNK Fear X, so I am actually a little bit worried for Ryu. I imagine he's shaken just a little bit because the way they tackled T1, it was not only beautiful macro play within the game, but also they were set up for so much success in the draft based on what the players could do.
I mean, the confidence level that BNK has right now is just insane. And also, like, we normally just point out the Yone draft, but also, like, you can't forget the Lucian first pick for Diablo as well. And I think their bot lane has been, like, insanely good. So I feel like this will be an interesting matchup for sure.
And, like, look at the 80 carries that we have left in the tournament, right? The top 4, we've got Ruler, we've got Smash, and we've got Pays and Diablo. Like, these are, right now, some of the best performing 80 carries that we have in the league right now, and it's going to be so fun to watch bottom lane for the rest of the tournament. Like, the rest of the LCK Cup, we're sorted. Bottom lane's fun.
Yeah, that's the question. Which moment is going to make Ryu look like that? Will it be a BNK Fear X big play, or will it be a sad Gen G play? We'll have that for you.
Or would it be someone showing him that photo for the 8 billionth time, and he just looks at it,
Toxic
and that
Wadid.
makes him sad?
Toxic Wadid.
What?
Blamed on that. Definitely not production's fault for bringing that up and making Wadid click on that. Definitely not. Y'all, it has been a great day of action. D plus Kia through, and we'll battle for a spot in Hong Kong in the top 3 on Sunday. But tomorrow, Gen G versus BNK Fear X. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in less than 24 hours for that matchup. Bye-bye.
Bye.